AHS Countdown. I'm your host, Reese Kinder, joined by my co-host, Cherish Jackson and James Stibbins. How you guys doing?
I'm doing good. Looking forward to this homecoming game tonight.
Yeah, Reese, looking forward to this matchup between Auburn and Moody. Auburn, a red-hot team, and Moody coming in here for a big win.
Yeah, we have a huge non-region matchup between Moody and Auburn, as you mentioned, James. The Tigers coming off an outstanding performance against the Jaguars last week, winning 63-0. And then Moody coming off of a big win against Helena, 31-28, and winning that one as well. And the Blue Devils look to pull off the upset this week against the Tigers. But we're going to get right into last week's performance for the Tigers. Like I mentioned, coming off the win against the Jaguars, Tigers were able to continue their amazing streak on the defensive side of things. And most of all, Casey Myers just looked really poised in that game. Didn't really play much because you don't want to get him injured before this homecoming game, but really was showing off with his arm last week against Jag. And the running game overall last week looked great for the Tigers, and they will look to extend their winning streak to 4. But we're going to get into our game breakdown segment. And James, what are some strengths for both teams tonight?
Yeah, Reese, for Auburn, I think it's the passing game. We've seen a lot of it as of recently. Casey Myers just really settling into that quarterback role, giving it to playmakers like Joshua Askew, Antonio Welch, and Jaden King. And for Moody, I really think it's their defensive line. Big Cameron Mallory and Henry Smith up front. They've got some dogs up front, both D1 commits. That's their strength. If they can get the pressure on Casey Myers early, give them a better chance to win. Yeah,
this Moody team coming in, obviously a really talented team in 5A. And Auburn's going to be, it's definitely going to be a tough fight for Auburn to see if they can possibly get a big win here tonight on homecoming. And Cherish, what are some weaknesses you've seen from Auburn and Moody recently?
For Auburn, some of their main weaknesses are their inconsistent pass defense, which can allow big plays through the air. They also sometimes struggle with penalties, hurting their momentum. Defensively, their run defense can be vulnerable to strong rushing attacks, and they have shown tendency to turnover when under pressure. For Moody, their offensive line can struggle to protect the quarterback, leading to sacks and hurried throws. Their special teams coverage occasionally gives up big returns, which can swing the momentum a little bit. Moody also has challenges in the red zone efficiency, often settling for field goals instead of touchdowns.
Yeah, and Moody coming in this game, obviously Auburn a big team that allows lots of these littler teams to not get as many yards on the ground and through the air. So Auburn's defense been stellar as of recent, but yeah, definitely looking forward to seeing this matchup. But we're now going to move into our key players to watch out for tonight. Starting with James, who is your key player that you're looking for tonight?
Yeah, Reese, if I haven't said it once, I'm going to say it again. Josh Askew, the dynamic wide receiver. He's Casey Myers' go-to guy. If we can get the ball to him early, give Auburn a great chance to win this one.
Yeah, and Josh Askew had some highlight plays last week against Jag, and looking forward to seeing him again tonight. And Cherish, what players stand out to you the most tonight?
I have 3 key players tonight: Trenton Pritchett, Kason Myers, and Ada Parker. These people have a big impact on the game.
Yeah, and Kason Myers, as of late, has just been developed really well over the past few weeks. Being able to efficiently throw the ball and get it to some of those receivers, and Trenton Pritchett on the O-line. The O-line's been looking really good. And also Aiden Parker on the defense. The defense has obviously looked really good all season, so really looking forward to seeing those players tonight. But we're now going to move into a quick commercial break, but don't go away because when we come back, we have our bold predictions for the game.
Play hard, play to win. But when sports injuries occur, you can rely on Encore. Our professional team treats all types of sports-related injuries for athletes of all ages. Our licensed therapists work closely with the patient, your family, and physician to get you back into action quickly and safely. At Encore, we love to see you move. Log on to EncoreRehab.com for a location near you.
Hello everyone and welcome back to HS Countdown, and we're going to get right into our player spotlight. James, who is a player that stood out to you the most last week?
Yeah, Reese, Isaac Benford really stood out to me. The big pick 6 to start the game was a big momentum swing in our favor. He's really just been a veteran leader this whole year, lockdown safety out there. Just really leads the Auburn defense well and set up a big win for us against Jag last week.
I can agree with you there, James. Isaac Benford with the pick 6 has set a standard that throughout the game that made them get that big win.
Yeah, last week definitely got the momentum started by scoring the first touchdown of the game. So Isaac Benford, definitely look out for him tonight, the homecoming game against Moody. But we're now going to move into our trivia, and it's just going to be one question today. But the question is, what is Auburn's largest margin of victory ever?
I don't think I know, Reese.
I don't think I know that one either.
So the largest margin of victory ever was the Tigers recorded it in 1934 in September, and they defeated Valley by a score of 72-0
Wow.
At home. So that is the largest margin of victory ever for the Tigers. And
we weren't too far last game.
yeah, no, I mean we were really close. So hopefully tonight we get that, but I don't think we're going to get that because Moody's actually a pretty good team. But we're going to quickly go to our region standings now. And in first place is Auburn. And Auburn, Carver, and Central are actually all tied for first place right now. Opelika is right behind them. And then Dothan is behind Opelika. Both of them are 2-1, so they're tied as well for second place. And Enterprise is in sixth place, and Smith Station and Jag are obviously the last two down there. Smith Station, no region wins, neither, as Jag doesn't have one either. But the region so far looks pretty good, and obviously these games are going to continue to come up. Auburn plays Central next week, so that should be a big game for the Tigers and a big game for region implications. But we're going to go to a quick commercial break, but when we come back, we're going to have some of our bold predictions and also our game picks.
When I was getting ready to retire, I had to have somewhere to look for some health insurance. So I ran into an old classmate of mine at Hardee's one morning, and he happened to be driving for Auburn City Schools. So we got to talking, and he was telling me about the benefits. And, it's a great opportunity because, we leave here, a couple of hours every morning, a couple of hours in the afternoon. We got from probably 8:30 to 2:30, go play golf, work in the yard, do whatever you want to do. You're not going to work on the weekends. You're not going to work on holidays. You got all summer. So that's great.
Okay, if somebody's considering driving a school bus, I would say do it. There are so many opportunities for different people, different walks of life, different roles, no matter what situation you're in for being a bus driver. There are spaces for those who own their own business and can make their own hours. This is a fantastic opportunity for that. For those stay-at-home moms or stay-at-home dads that don't necessarily want to be gone from the house all day but can do a morning and an afternoon shift, that is fantastic schedule.
But I know they're paying on Mr. Lewis to take them to school, so I try to get there on time. every day and show up every day. And that's what I've been doing for the last 20 years. I love kids. I love people. I like tiny people.
Best part be the school bus driver. Again, you help these kids get education. You help these kids go to the school. And you help these kids go back to home. That's, in my opinion, the best part.
My favorite things are the handwritten notes, hands down. Even if the parents are making them do it, they usually think about, you know, what you mean to them and what impact that you've made on them.
You know, we need bus drivers. We love to have bus drivers. We need drivers every day.
It's all about the kids. They're the ones that's special, honestly. And that's why I'm here. That's why I'm still here. And they can't get rid of me, you know. But I'm not letting those 70 kids that are counting on me to get to school, I'm not letting them down.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to HS Countdown. We're going to move right into our bold predictions now. And starting tonight, James, what is your bold prediction for the game?
Yeah, Reese, I think this matchup really might become closer than some might think. I mean, Moody's a really strong team, got a great defense, got 4 D1 athletes. So I think this game might come down to a last-second field goal. Joseph Daniel, I think it's just going to be a way closer game than some might think, but I got Auburn coming out on top.
For my bold prediction, I have Auburn run game will increase this game, and the defense will give up 20 points, but I still have us on top.
And Cherish, yes, I do agree with you there. I do think the run game will increase a lot. Tonight, I do feel like the run game last game did increase, but I do feel like the defense could possibly give up 20 points due to the fact that Moody is a really good offensive scoring team, and there's a chance that could happen. But we'll have to see tonight between Auburn and Moody what happens. But we're going to get into our game picks now, and I'm going to break down the records really quick. So in the lead right now, Cherish 12-2. I'm standing at 7-1. You know, I took a week off of picking basically. And then James, you're in last, 11-3. You picked Baker, so Baker's 0-2 so far for you. But gonna get into our game picks right now. Our first game is gonna be Pike Road, who's 4-1 at Opelika, who is also 4-1. Who you guys have between Opelika and Pike Road?
Yeah, I've got Opelika. I think the Bulldogs are really strong up front, led by quarterback Colby Key. I think they get it done tonight.
I also agree with you. Their defense is really strong and supporting, so I agree.
I'm going to disagree with both of y'all here. I'm going to have to take Pike Road in this one. I feel like Pike Road's got the momentum coming in this game, and I feel like they'll be able to get a big win on the road at Opelika. And our next game up is IMG versus Central, which I think is one of the biggest games in the state this Friday night. And James, who do you have between IMG and Central?
Yeah, Reese, IMG coming into Central, a really hostile environment. I think I'm going to have to go with the Red Devils here. I think they get a big-time win, move to 6-0.
I have to disagree with you there. I have IMG this week because them coming into a different environment, like you said, and different training, I have them this week.
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to agree with Cherish on this one. I think IMG is ready for this game. You know, last year got canceled actually because of the hurricane that came through, but I do think IMG will be able to get a big win at Central, and it's going to be a huge game. I mean, a lot of TV on that one. I think ESPN even might be on that game, but yeah, I'm going to have to go with IMG in this one. And our next game up is also actually a pretty good 6A versus 7A matchup, which is Thompson versus Clay Chalkville. Thompson coming in 4-1 and Clay Chalkville coming in here 5-0. Who do you guys have between Thompson and Clay Chalkville?
Yeah, Thompson's too good. You know, Thompson led by the best quarterback in Alabama, I think, Trenton Seaborn. I think they hand Clay Chalks for their first loss today.
I have Thompson also. There's no going against it.
I'm going to have to take Clay Chalkville in this one. I think they're going to extend their winning streak to 6-0. I feel like since it's at Clay Chalkville, they'll be able to get a big win against Thompson. And Thompson obviously coming off a big win last week against Vestavia, 35-3. So very interesting matchup on Friday night between a 6A team and a 7A team. But going to our next matchup is Hoover versus Parker. You know, obviously Hoover coming off the win last week to Prattville. Parker coming in here 4-1. Who do you guys have between Hoover and Parker?
Yeah, Reese, Hoover just looking to ride that momentum against Parker this week. I think they get it done, and Hoover moves to 3-3.
I agree with you. I agree, Hoover. Their momentum this year is just different.
Yeah, I feel like Hoover, you know, early on in the season, wasn't really able to get things going. I think now they've figured it out after a great win last week against Prattville, and I feel like Hoover's going to be able to get the job done against Parker on Friday night and extend their winning streak to 2. But our next game up is Fairhope and Theodore. Fairhope coming in here 4-1. Also, Theodore is 4-1 as well. Who do you guys have between Fairhope and Theodore?
Yeah, Fairhope hosting this one. I think Fairhope gets it done.
I also agree, Fairhope.
I'm going to take Theodore in this one. I think Theodore, coming to this game has a lot of momentum. I haven't really seen much on Fairhope this season, but I really do think Theodore will be able to get the job done at home. So I'm going to take Theodore in this one. And our next game up is a region matchup between Smith Station and Stanhope Elmore. This game is at Stanhope Elmore. Stanhope Elmore is 4-1 on the season, and Smith Station's 1-4 on the season. Who do you guys have between Smith Station and
Yeah,
Stanhope?
Smith Station, the big 7A team. I think they get it done. We have them in a couple weeks. They much needed win for Smith Station.
I have to go against you here with Stanhope Elmore.
I think the Panthers are going to be able to get it done here against Stanhope Elmore. Played them last year, got blown out against Stanhope Elmore, but I think Smith Station's ready for the challenge and going to be able to get a win and extend their winning streak to 1 here, but they're going to be able to hopefully get 2 in a row if they can beat Auburn next week. But our last game we are going to pick is obviously the Auburn and Moody game. Auburn coming in 4-1 and Moody coming in 4-1. Who do you guys have between Auburn and Moody?
Yeah, Reese, I've got Auburn. I'm really looking forward to see this O-line go against this really talented D-line. Auburn O-line's got some veterans and it's got some new pieces, but the O-line's really seemed strong these last couple weeks. It's going to be a big challenge, but I think they come through today. The defense does a great job, wins the turnover battle, and Auburn gets a win.
I agree with you. With this being homecoming week, I think they were going to come extra hard. So.
Yeah, and I think I'm going to have to agree with both y'all here. I think Auburn's going to be able to get a big win against Moody. I feel like the Tigers are ready for the challenge. Auburn has not lost a homecoming game in a long time. I mean, it's been a really long time, and I do think the Tigers will be able to get a big win here on homecoming night. But we're going to quickly move now to our keys to the game segment. And James, what is your key to the game for Auburn tonight?
Yeah, like I said earlier, I think we got to win the turnover battle. Moody's quarterback Jake Lowry threw 3 interceptions against Hewitt-Trustful last week. Casey Myers hasn't thrown a pick in 2 games, so if we can win that turnover battle, it definitely gives us the edge in this game.
And Cherish, what is your key to the game for Moody tonight?
Moody, I think they should avoid turnovers, pressure our quarterback Casey Myers, and avoid fumbles.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be hard to pressure Casey Myers. Casey Myers is able to run out of the pocket. He's a very elusive quarterback, and hopefully Moody does avoid turnovers. I feel like this Moody team doesn't really turn the ball over as much as most 5A teams would, but I really do think this could be a good game tonight between 2 powerhouses in 7A and 5A. But that is going to do it, folks, for AHS Countdown. I'm your host, Reese Kinder, but we hope you guys enjoy the matchup, and we'll see you guys at the kick.
football with us on the phone lines now. What's going on, Coach? How are you on this Thursday?
What's up, gentlemen? I'm sorry.
You're good, man.
I was on the phone talking to somebody about JV games.
Always coaching, always working, my man.
We've got our man, head coach Keith Etheridge of Auburn High School football with us on the phone lines now. What's going on, Coach? How are you on this Thursday?
What's up, gentlemen? I'm sorry.
You're good,
sorry.
man.
I was on the phone talking to somebody about JV games.
Always coaching, always working, my man. We totally understand.
Absolutely.
And, hey, man, we're just happy to have you on and blessed to have you for a few minutes on this Thursday afternoon because there's a lot going on for you and your world and your Auburn High Tigers back home tomorrow night at Duck Sanford Stadium against the Moody Blue Devils, who we'll talk about in just a moment. But I do want to give you a chance to recap what happened last week against Jag, where you guys got another region win. You got a lot of players in and ran away with it a lot to a little, and I think you were overall impressed by what you saw, right?
Yeah, we had a great week of preparation. I got a great coaching staff, man. These guys do a great job of getting our kids ready, and we had a great week of practice. Came in, jumped out in that first half. I think the score was 35-0 in the first quarter or something like that. We, defensively, we worked with it. They had us working with a short field basically all night. So we was able to get that 56-0 lead in the first half, and then got a lot of guys in. A lot of guys played. Got to see our young guys all the second half, and that's always a great time when you get to see those young guys get in there and compete.
Some of those young guys, those Pate boys, got in last Friday, Coach.
Oh yeah. got to see the Pate boys. It's great to see those guys get in and get a chance because they work really hard at practice and really hard, on the off season, and they get an opportunity to get in there and get their feet dirty in the daggum varsity games. It's always good.
Yep.
They got the JV games to play, but a lot of times, you get to play these JV schedules, you'll have people cancel and stuff like that. So, you're hoping they're going to get their full 8-game schedule, but it usually never happens. Usually they get to play about 5 or 6 games. So.
Well, with a game like that last week against the Jaguars, who, again, we knew were struggling coming in. They were 0-3 at the time, or 0-4, and it showed on the field. A game like that, you're worried about staying healthy, right? You're worried about getting your guys in, especially your starters. And so as we do now flip the page, again, we're talking with Auburn High's head football coach, Keith Etheridge, here on ESPN 106.7. As much as you're able to tell the people at home right now, Coach, the health status of your team coming out of Jag and heading into a big matchup with Moody tomorrow night.
We got a couple guys that are banged up a little bit, but I think one of them may end up not playing just because it's not a region game.
Sure.
But I think that at this time of the year, you're always going to have some guys banged, especially playing the schedule that we play. So I think we're in pretty good shape. I think that we may be missing that one guy, and I'm hoping that the guy that steps up and has a big game that's in there filling in for him.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And we were just talking before you came on with us here on the phone lines how big of a game this is between Auburn and Moody, but the fact that you're 7A, they're 5A, this is a non-region game, but I shared with our listeners what you told me earlier this morning about the tiebreaker possibility come playoff time, and that's what's really motivating you guys this week.
Yeah, you gotta win some of these non-region games because if it does come into a situation where there's a tie, it goes to non-region opponents, and you want to have some wins in those non-region opponents, bracket, and you don't want to be on the outside looking in just because you played a really hard non-region schedule. A lot of people don't play a tough non-region schedule when you play in a tough region, simply because they want to get those wins in non-region games.
Sure.
So it helps their chances if there's a tie going into the playoffs. I'm on the opposite end. I think you play really tough non-region games. That way, when you get to the playoffs, you've seen everything. I want all of our atmospheres to be, a playoff type atmosphere. That's why we play Vestavia. That's why we play Moody. That's why we play Booker at the first of the year. I want our kids to see a little bit of everything. Booker was a really, really athletic team. Had a lot of high-profile kids on their team. I mean, look at them. They're 4-1 right now. They're killing it in the Florida Football Association. So
Yeah.
I think we're their only loss of the season. So you know, they're really athletic. We go and play Vestavia, who's a really smart team, who's well coached, who does all the little things right. You know, they're not going to shoot themselves in the foot. You know, we kind of go over there and we shoot ourselves in the foot, you know, and they whip us pretty good, you know. And now we've got Moody, who comes in with, you know, 4 or 5 Power 5 guys on offense, 4 or 5 Power 5 guys on defense. So they're loaded. You know, they got great football players. They played for a state championship last year. You know, I think they're going to be right there in that 5A state championship again this year. So, you know, I think it's beneficial to me, I think, to play a really tough non-region schedule.
I'll remind people, too, Coach, that this was a matchup that was supposed to start at Moody last year with a home-and-home, and the weather that rolled through this time a year ago forced that game on a Thursday night to be canceled. But thankfully, you're able to get it in this year here at Duck Sanford Stadium. Does my research serve me well that this is the first ever matchup between Auburn High and Moody? Is that correct? Do you know that?
I would say, yeah, I'd say that's probably right. You know, I don't think they've ever played each other. You know, I think that Moody has usually played people around them, but I think it got a little tougher for them to schedule. You know, they got a lot better, and it's got a little tougher for them to schedule. So, you know, I'm from that area, know a lot of people in that area. You know, so we were going to do a home and home and do, you know, like you said, last year we were going to play them at their place on a Thursday night because it would have brought all the Leeds people over there, a place where I coached for 10 years and was able to win 4 state championships. You know, would have got all that group over there, I think, and it would have been a great gate for them, you know, but the weather came through and we sort of had to cancel. We tried to reschedule it for that Friday night, and they had, from what they said, they had something going on with band. And then I even said, look, we can play at week 10 because we're off week 10 and they were off week 10. And, you know, coach was like, well, he didn't want to do that going into the playoffs and get anybody banged up, which I completely understand that. You know? And that worked out best for them because they, you know, they made a run right there at the end and played for a state championship. So.
Yeah, well, again, you alluded to it there. I was going to give you a chance to tell the people at home why this game means so much to you personally, but with being from Leeds and being your crosstown rival and everything like that. I know there's a little extra juice for you this week when Moody comes to town tomorrow night, but then just trying to build for the rest of the season because don't want to look ahead too much, but Central coming in next week. Then you've got a road trip at Smith Station, Carver, Dothan still on that schedule too, Coach. So there's a lot happening for the rest of the 2025 season, and I know tomorrow night's going to be special for you.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. You know, like I said, I get to coach against a guy that started for me for 54 games at quarterback. You know, and help lead us to three state championship games, and we won 2 of them. To Daryl Marshall is their DB's coach there. Young man that probably would be playing in the NFL had a season-ending injury and had some nerve damage with that injury. You know, so great young man though. Love the kid to death, and I think that he's doing a great job over there. You know, watching their DBs. You know, I've been really impressed with the job that he's doing there. So, really excited to see him. You know, I hate to see him on the other side of the field, but you know, I'm used to seeing him on my side. But you know, it's going to be great to see him and hug his neck and tell him I love him.
It's Auburn High and Moody tomorrow night over at Duck Sanford Stadium. 2 teams who are 4-1 on the season. Tigers ranked 5th in 7A. Blue Devils ranked number 1 in 5A. And they'll do battle tomorrow night starting at 7 o'clock. You can catch the radio broadcast with myself, Rob Pate, Jack Hutton over on Wings 94.3. Pregame starts at 6:30. Kickoff at 7. Head coach Keith Etheridge will have a sit-down interview with him in pregame as well. Tell you a little bit more about that Moody squad and what they will try to throw with the Tigers come tomorrow night at Duck Sanford Stadium. Head coach Keith Etheridge with us right now on the phone lines, my friend. We always appreciate you taking some time on Thursday afternoons to talk to us, and we look forward to seeing you again tomorrow night.
Thank y'all, guys. Appreciate what y'all do for high school football. Go Tigers, and God bless.
Go Tigers. That is head coach Keith Etheridge of Auburn High School football, the head man of the Tigers over at Duck Sanford, and they'll have Moody coming in tomorrow night. Again, 2 teams, 4-1. Yeah, Moody, the number 1 team in 5A football, man. They are legit. They've got 4 kids, Christian, 4 kids in the top 100 of the state of Alabama. They've got 2 kids going to Western Kentucky, 1 kid going to South Florida, another kid going to West Virginia, and that's just the seniors. They've got 4 or 5 juniors that have SEC offers pretty much anywhere in the country.
And I know you said a lot of those are on the defensive side of the football.
Yes, they are. Yeah, linebackers, defensive ends, and things like that. So Moody's no joke, man. They're a team that played in the state championship game last year for 5A, and as Etheridge said, I agree. I fully expect them to be back there again this year. Thanks and shout out to head coach Keith Etheridge with us every Thursday to start hour number 2. We appreciate him taking the time here today.
We turn our attention now back up to 7A football and the Auburn High Tigers. Coach Goolsby, Coach Ferguson, Coach Oliver joining us here this week after a win at home against Jag, getting set for another home game, this time against Moody. I hear it may be homecoming week at Auburn High this week.
Oh, yeah.
We'll get to that in a little bit, but first, coaches, how are we doing this evening?
Doing well. How about you?
Doing good. Always great when I get to talk high school football and Auburn High football with you guys each and every Wednesday night. Food good this evening? What was the menu?
Same for me.
I would like to say it on air.
Okay.
Good call on the roost.
Hey, I try it. If you see me on Twitter, I'm trying new things all the time, and some of it's not great, but I can spot a good one when I see it. And the roost is phenomenal.
I added bacon to mine.
See, all right. I told
for a loop, Coach.
I told Coach Goolsby earlier that I was probably going to try the wings with the buffalo and the lemon pepper.
Oh, yeah.
But now that you've told me bacon is an option to get added on there, I didn't know that was an option.
I just threw it out there. See what happens.
Oh man, now I've got some choices to make, and I've got to. Let's get to football, or else I'm going to get really distracted. Jag Friday night, you guys welcome them into the Duck. Walk us through the game for it.
I mean, started off great, about as good as you could expect. It was a pick 6 on the first play. And then I think, what was the next series we got a turnover, or was it the third series we got a turnover? I don't remember.
Third series. Yeah.
So started off really good, a couple turnovers, and, jumped on them real quick. I think it was 21-0 before you could blink. And then, we ended up with 4 or 5 turnovers in the game, played really good, played hard. It was the longest first half, I think, or it felt like the longest first half I think I've ever been involved in. I mean, you look up, second quarter, and there's 5 minutes left to go, and it's 50, whatever it was, and you're thinking, man, is it still the second quarter? And I don't know why. It just felt like, I think it's because we were scoring so fast and you kept going out there. It just felt like a really long first half. But I think the kids had fun, and so it started off great for us defensively.
Yeah, I think same thing offensively. Finally a week where, we take advantage of the great field position that our defense gives us. We talked about that a couple weeks ago, how defense get turnovers and give us a short field, and us not being able to capitalize on that wasn't the case. Everything was really crisp. Guys were flying around, had some good blocking going on, good throwing and catching.
And so when you have a performance like that, and you're going up against a team that it doesn't seem like you could do much wrong offensively or defensively, what is the conversations like on the sideline to make sure that everybody continues to play at a high rate?
Do you want to take this?
No, you got it.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. He just gets on me all the time about the stuff we talk about on the headset. So I figured you had something for that.
No, you got it.
No, I mean, really, about second quarter, we started talking about, sub. When are we going to sub? It's typically you get up on somebody, you play your first stringers, the first drive of the second half, and then, you start subbing. So we were kind of talking about that at that point. So we'd already been subbing a little bit on defense, but we're just same thing. What are they going to do different? Making sure that we're still doing the little things that are going to show up down the road. That's what we kept telling the kids. It's not about Jag. It's about Moody and Central and all these other, gauntlet of games we got left through the rest of the year. So that's what we were talking about.
Yeah, I think it also just reminded the guys how fun it is to do things like that,
Yeah.
to focus on the little
Yeah.
things, and why that junk matters, and why we stress it every single day and every single practice. So like G said, it got to a point where, yes, we were talking about subs, we're talking about getting guys in, but also reminding the guys, this is what we talked about all week. We talked about being a mature defense. We talked about going in and executing our stuff. And from the first play of the game, they ran a similar play that we'd seen earlier in the year. They empty it out. They had a tight end, run him straight up the seam. we finally cover it correct for the first time all year, and we get a pick six from it. So just showing the guys that the stuff that we, talk about, the stuff that we stress actually matters, and it shows up in ball games.
Yeah, I'm with you, Ferg. Same thing offensively. Like, I mean, you can always find something to coach up.
Yeah.
That's never not going to be the case. But when things are going right, now you get a chance to praise kids a lot more. You get a lot more praising than critiquing because you are doing things the right way and things are kind of panning out the way you saw it. And same deal with us. Trying to get subs in and trying to work on some things.
Yeah.
Maybe we didn't run this concept really good last week, so let's take the opportunity to work on this now. Or maybe we didn't run this play well against our defense at practice. All right, let's work this again right here and see if we're better today. So it gives you opportunity to work on things, but and also get some guys in the game, get some experience.
When you guys, as a coaching staff, are putting, having those conversations earlier in the game, when it comes to a game that you're up on another team, to have those subs come in, what is it when you get those subs in? What is it you are looking for from the veterans and the starters on the sideline throughout the rest of the game?
Yeah, we stress to them to go and cheer for their guys, just like the younger guys cheer for them every Friday night. This is an opportunity for them to not sit back and not go to the bench and just hang out and chill. It's time for them to show up and support their guys, because these guys are the guys that are giving us a scout look throughout the week, that are our future and that are busting their tail every single day, just like our starters are. So they deserve, the same type of fans, the same type of respect, the same type of excitement as our starters get.
Yep.
Yeah, and it's their time on Friday night. A lot of those guys that you get in are usually your JV guys.
Yeah.
And I think it's exciting for us to see them guys in the game on a Friday night. Just get in there. And I think that's a unique question also, because I think when most people sit around and talk, think about football, it's like, all right, those 11 guys that are right there right now on offense, they probably all hang together. Or those 11 guys on defense, they all hang together. Like, our defensive starters got friends all down the, all down the line when it comes to offense, or your third stringer or second stringer. So somebody always has somebody rooting for them at all times out there on that field.
Plus, when the younger guys get in, the energy kind of goes up on the sideline. The tackles get a little bit more loud cheers from the sideline. Kind of like when the walk-on comes on in basketball, hits a three, and everybody goes nuts.
Yeah.
So now let's look at last week, your Waldo's Chicken Player of the Week nominee for you guys.
I don't know.
If I got to pick
you
a guy.
only have one homework assignment I give you every
week.
If it's going to be a guy, I'm going to pick J.J. King.
Yeah.
JJ is a guy that's kind of like our modern day Slash. JJ started off as a receiver. We brought him over to running back, to give us some depth and to create some competition right there. And he started the last couple of weeks. He had 3 touchdowns Friday night, 2 on the ground and 1 in the air. He's a really quiet kid. You don't hear a whole lot from him, but everything he's done for us to help out our football team, it has not gone unnoticed, and I was so happy for him Friday night to get, 3 touchdowns, let alone 1. But unselfish kid, he's one of those kids where his heart's probably bigger than his body, but he's not scared of anything, man, and he is a football player.
That's awesome.
Yep.
So now let's flip the page. Looking at this week, you got Moody coming in, a top 5 team in 5A. Coming in, not your typical homecoming opponents.
No.
We talked with Chambers Academy a little bit earlier. They've got homecoming this week, and they're playing the number 1 team in the AHSAA coming in. So they're kind of in the same boat where it's not a typical homecoming opponent. What is that like when you've got a bigger time opponent, a team that, it's not the, we're scheduling them for homecoming kind of type of team coming in, and you've got all the distractions about of the school?
Yeah, I hadn't even thought about it really being homecoming this week, other than you see the kids dressed up at school. You've been too worried about Moody. I really hadn't even entered into my mind, just because they're such a formidable opponent. I hadn't even thought about it. Friday will be a different schedule for us, homecoming festival and all these different things. That'll be something we got to deal with, but I think our kids will handle it fine. So.
Yeah, we're not going to the dance. So, for us, it's really simple. It's on us as a coaching staff to try to get the kids, but we really don't have to try when you turn on the film. I know we're going to get here and start talking offense and defense here, but when you turn on the film, pretty easy to get yourself
right
to sit up and pay attention to what you're looking at.
So let's turn on the film then, like you guys did this past week. What have you seen from Moody so far this year?
I mean, they don't look they look like they belong in our region before you even hit play. Just the size of the kids, and 220-pound running back, big offensive line. Every one of their receivers can go. Probably the best collation of skill guys we faced all year. I mean, right?
That's what I was going to say for sure.
Quarterback's really good, so they look like they belong in our region. And then, like Dee said, when you do hit play, you get the same idea in your head. They look crisp on offense. You never do you look out there and go, oh, the guy blocked that wrong, or this guy went the wrong way. They do a lot, and all of it looks crisp. So they got good players, and they're obviously really well coached, because you wouldn't be, you wouldn't look that crisp if you weren't as well coached.
We have two huge interior guys on our team at Auburn High School, and I think when I turned the film on, I saw the next two human beings close to that. They got a 330 and a 308 inside. One of those kids is committed to West Virginia. They have a defensive end going to West Kentucky. He's about 6'4". They have a kid at linebacker who's a 4-star. Got a Bama offer, and everybody else under the sun.
Yeah.
Two really good DBs, two really good corners, and two really crafty safeties. They're going to give you a multiple looks up front, kind of depending on what the game plan is. Very physical, very fast off the edge. We got our work cut out.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, this is the game that got canceled last year, right? Y'all were supposed to go to Birmingham and face Moody, and there was a threat of a tropical storm coming through that canceled this game. So the return trip, this is the second leg of that. Y'all get it at home. How big is that you get this type of matchup inside the Duck?
I think it's really cool. I think it's really awesome. We talked about it a lot. The atmosphere at the Duck is unmatched. They have a great atmosphere where they play. It seems to be a huge home field advantage for them. You see all the videos of that. I think they've done a great job of building a great program there. Obviously, we talked about, favorites to win 5A. That's a big deal. Like G said, it's the best group of skill guys that we've seen thus far, which I think is a great thing for us. And it's going to test us in a lot of spots, but absolutely awesome to play in front of the Duck. It's always a good night, Friday nights in the Duck. So super excited for that. I hope everybody comes out and watches, because I think it's going to be a really fun game.
Speaking of coming out and watching, make sure you get your ticket early on GoFan. You can also get some at the gate if they're left over. Don't let it happen, though. Make sure it sells out beforehand. Don't even give the Moody fans a chance to get to the gate, and make them go sit in the Seven Brew parking lot or whatever next door and listen to the crowd cheering. Make sure that game sells out early, because it's going to be big. It's a homecoming. Moody's a top 10 team, top 5 team in 5A coming in, and it is a huge matchup. First of two huge matchups at the Duck here. We'll talk about the next one, of course, next week, but Moody's this week. Coaches, thank you all so much for joining us here, as you do each and every week. Good luck Friday night, and hopefully when y'all come back, we're talking about another Auburn High win, heading into another big region matchup next week.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Go Tigers.
Thank you.
from Auburn High School to the Pro Football Hall of Fame. I am DeMarcus Ware, and this is home of the Auburn Tigers. There is nothing like playing for the A. This A. We won't make it easy on you. In our house.
Take no prisoners, leave no doubt. Take no prisoners, leave no doubt. We got to get pressure on the quarterback.
You either got a seat at the table, you're on the menu, baby. Hey!
Give a pregame speech. Right now, I'm going to just tell you that I love every single one of you. We had a great fall camp. Now it's time to go to work. Right? The road to Tuscaloosa starts today. Right? I love every one of you. Play your tails off, no matter what. Right? No matter what.
Start strong, finish stronger, all right? Start strong, finish stronger. Start strong, finish stronger. Start strong, finish stronger. 124.
Make sure you get on good side. Relentless energy, relentless effort, relentless attitude.
Let's go, go.
Hey, let's go.
1, 2, 3.
Knee.
Somebody take over. Somebody.
And welcome our Auburn Tigers.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Doug Sanford Stadium in Auburn, Alabama for tonight's homecoming matchup between the Moody Blue Devils and your Auburn High School Tigers. Your official stadium time is 6:03. We're 1 hour away from kickoff.
Hands, and he is a baller, but it might be someone else at quarterback here. Alone in the backfield, no running back. LeKing going to draw back here. Colin King brings the pressure. LeKing's going to throw this one deep and is intercepted by the Auburn Tigers. And they're going to return this one, going to the 20, to the 10, to the end zone. Touchdown, Isaac Benford with the pick six on the first play of the game. Trying to figure out what this team looks like. Going to take it for himself here, and he's just brought down by Greg Williams. Greg Williams with the body slam there. You know, you mentioned in pregame, Greg Williams back again. One man in the backfield. Smith's going to run it to the outside. He's going to make a move, and Cortez Cooks brings him down. It's a fumble. I don't know if they're going to rule that a fumble, but it looks like the ref says down, yeah.
Yeah, officials going to say down, but a great heads-up play and chopping the tree down right there. Bringing up third down and minimizing a gain and potentially even getting a loss on the play.
You can see here Cortez Cooks, and that I don't know. That looked like that could have been a fumble.
Unfortunately, we don't have the replay center in Birmingham like the Auburn University Tigers do to look at that play, but from our replays, might have been.
Jag still has the ball. Smith gonna hand this one off. Gonna make the man miss. He's gonna go up some more yards there, and Cam finally brought down. It's another fumble, and it is recovered by the Tigers. Auburn gets a fumble recovery, 2 defensive turnovers.
Yeah, if you're the Jaguars, that is not the start you expected, obviously. You cannot turn the ball over against this kind of defense. If you're trying to do a David v. Goliath, you can't put the ball on the turf there. A great strip that looks to be from Aiden Parker.
Yeah, Aiden Parker, huge strip there.
Yeah, he had a great game last week. Probably was one of the second best guy right behind the ever prevalent Greg Williams.
Here from the 1.
He might be able to get a first down right here.
Gonna hand this one off to King, and King is in for the score. Auburn is now up 13-0 after, a short offensive drive, but Auburn was able to look pretty efficient there. The penalty kind of helped a little bit, but Casey Myers was able to get him down there, and Jaden King able to finish it off.
Yeah, when you have to do those quick change, when you're after a turnover, a fumble, an interception, a drop punt, you've got to be able to take advantage of those opportunities. And that,
obviously, coach trying to get him in there a little bit, and Smith going to hand this one off again. Williams going to go to the outside. He's just going to be brought down by a sea of Tigers defenders.
Yeah, looks like we're going to look to do the same thing after Timothy Miles is able to get the stop. Looks like they're going tempo, and looks like it could be a gadget play right here to Askew, which getting one of the best players on the team.
And Askew's going to score on this one, and he just ran it all the way to the end zone with ease right there. Just a huge play by by Antonio Welch to run to the outside there and get a big touchdown for the Tigers.
Yeah, our camera, he's too fast. Our camera can't even keep up with him. Askew, one of a dynamic player for the Tigers. I was just trying to talk about, hey, this is try to give the Jaguar defense some credit, and Askew's able to get the ball on the end around and get a touchdown. It's come fast and furious tonight for Auburn.
Yeah, we finally get to see Antonio Welch, get a little bit of handles too, because he was able to hand it off as well.
Yeah, look, replay here, going whoop, able to get back, able to get around the D-line, and they're just not going to catch him. He is going to take it all the way, gets on the sideline, touchdown, and
another man in motion here for the Jaguars. It's going to be a fake handoff. Smith going to just lob this one. It's going to be intercepted by the Tigers. Coming up with it is Greg Williams. He's going to be brought down in Auburn territory. A younger guy, but stepping up hopefully next year in that leadership role. And Myers going to check this one down here to Levi Kelly. Levi Kelly's going to get a block there from Antonio Welch. Kelly to the 10-yard line. He is out of bounds at about the 5.
Good play right there. Great blocking on those wide receiver screens.
Scoring drive for the Tigers, capping off that turnover.
Yeah, it's been a quick night for us. You see him in motion. Kind of usually toss right there. A huge block, able just to make the man move. And it's able to be a score for Jaden King, last week's leading rusher, looking to be that again today.
You see Jalen Huff in the backfield now, and Huff gonna get the carry up the middle, and Jalen Huff is into the end zone for a Tigers score. So Auburn capitalizes off another great field position and gets another score. Yeah, I mean, Cam Creighton, one of the fastest defensive linemen out there, and now Jag faced with a 2nd and long here, gonna throw a little pass to the side here, and he's going to be brought down by a sea of Tigers defenders. Micah Bowerstock first to get there, and you saw right there just a great defensive effort there from the Tigers.
Yeah,
the score last drive, but Myers going to try back out there again. We're going to see Myers draw back to throw here. He's going to throw this one deep, and it is up and it's caught by B.J. Collins. B.J. Collins has no one behind him, and he's just going to sail into the end zone there. Touchdown, Tigers.
You look right here, shotgun formation, able to great pocket presence. It's able just to put it. Our camera can't even catch up with B.J. Collins. He's so fast. That's been a lot of the Auburn receivers tonight, and that's no disrespect to our camera crew there, but unfortunately, just couldn't hit it.
Cross lane going to throw this one here, and that is going to be caught for another Tiger touchdown. Antonio Welch gets his get back there as he's able to score, and the Tigers are now up 48-0. Antonio Welch dropped that last touchdown pass, but able to catch this one here.
Just go down, eat the yardage. We'll throw it deep and score a touchdown.
Okay, 2nd and 22 here, man in motion. And Myers just going to run it up the middle, make a man miss. He's going to break a few tackles, get it to the 10-yard line, and he's going to go down to about the 5-yard line. Great carry there from quarterback Casey Myers. We saw him use his legs last week, and he's using them again here from the 4-yard line, even though they're up 49-0. And Myers going to drop back here, feels the pressure, going to throw this one to King, and it is caught in the end zone. Touchdown Tigers, and the Tigers going to extend their lead. That's 3 touchdowns tonight for Jaden King.
Yeah, you saw him with the celebration, uno, dos, tres. The hat trick now for Jaden King, able to continue to extend this lead. You know, even though it's a 4th down, I love that from Auburn. Watch this on the wheel route, wide open. The defender, number 17, Justin Rogers, couldn't get to the pylon first and able to slip in for an easy touchdown to put up the 50-burger with an extra point to go.
And that one is going to be up and through. Justin Daniel, perfect tonight on extra points. So it's now 56-0
right here, under 10 seconds to go. They're just going to take a short pass to LaKing Anderson, and he is going to drop it, and that will do it from the looks of it.
Yeah, and that is going to do it, as you said, Trip, for the game. Auburn takes another win to improve to 4-1. They win 56-0 in this game against the Jaguars. But from me, myself, Reese Kinder, and my co-host, Trip Upton,
guys, I'm Sarah Bailey, and we're here with Stella Rogers, a member of our 2025-2026 homecoming court, and we're here to ask her a few questions. Our first question is, what does it mean to be a part of the homecoming court?
Honestly, it is such an honor and a sweet thing to be chosen by my classmates to represent my school further than I do now on the cheer team.
What do you hope to gain from this experience?
I hope to gain a stronger relationship with my class and the girls on the court, and I also hope to step back and appreciate every part of AHS that I've been a part of.
That's great. How do you think that Auburn High School has impacted you, and what do you think that your personal impact has been on Auburn High School?
I think I've grown so much in who I am, and not just my education. I've learned how to be a good teammate, a leader, and a friend, and I've learned how to find people who make me better.
That's awesome. What do you say that your biggest accomplishment during your time has been here?
I would say friendships and bonds that I've made, not maybe with just teachers and my team, and my best friends just mean so much to me, and I've been able to find that community through Auburn.
What message do you want to send to the Auburn High School student body?
It sounds so cliche, but honestly, it's just remain kind. You don't know the kind of background somebody comes from or the kind of day they've had, and so just a simple word of encouragement and kindness can just go such a long way and mean so much.
Thanks, Stella.
Hello, I'm Valeria Almaraz, and I'm here with Jamie Johnson, a member of the homecoming court. I'm going to ask her a couple of questions. What does it mean to be part of the homecoming court?
Being on the homecoming court really just means being a representative for class of 2026.
What do you hope to gain from this experience?
I hope to shine light on no matter who you are or where you come from, you can make a difference in this world and do anything you set your mind to.
How has AHS impacted you, and what is your personal impact on AHS?
AHS has set me up for a successful life and a successful future and really introduced me to some of my lifelong friends. I feel like my personal impact on Auburn High School has been being the first cheerleader at Auburn High School to be also an ambassador.
What do you say is your biggest accomplishment during your time at AHS?
I attended Alabama Girls State in the June as one of 3 representatives for Auburn High School, and based on your size of the school, you get picked. So to be picked out of 700 people was really cool.
What message do you want to send to AHS student body?
To enjoy the present, because no matter like what you do, this is the time that you have now. So just try to really be in the present and don't think about what's coming next, because it really goes by so quick.
Hello, I'm Cherish Jackson. We're here with a member of the homecoming court, Francie Powell. I have a couple questions for you today. What does it mean to be a part of the homecoming court?
Being a part of the homecoming court is truly an honor and a blessing. It represents so many great things like community, school, spirit, leadership, things that I strive to be every day at Auburn High School.
Absolutely. And what do you gain from this experience?
From this experience, I hope to gain the opportunity to represent my school very well, build up relationships with my peers, and create lasting memories by being a part of the homecoming court.
That's great. How has Auburn High School impacted you so far, and what is your personal impact?
I believe that Auburn High School has impacted me and my classmates by pushing us to work hard, set goals, and develop skills that will take with us long after graduation. In return, I hope that I've been able to offer a friendly face and kind words to all students.
Great. What do you say your biggest accomplishment has been?
I'll say during my time at Auburn High School, I've learned to prioritize, balance my schoolwork, dual enrollment coursework, and other extracurricular activities, all while being involved and committed to our school community here at Auburn High.
Okay. And last but not least, what message do you have for the student body?
I just want to say thank you so much for nominating me. I hope I've represented y'all very well. We're blessed to be part of such a wonderful school and school system. There's really nowhere else I'd rather be.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Hello, I'm Lillian Downey, and I'm here with Mallie Tate Hatchett, a member of the 2025-2026 Homecoming Court, and I have a few questions for you. What does it mean to be a part of the Homecoming Court?
I'm so honored to be a part of this selection of just great young women, and I'm so excited to experience being a role model for Auburn High.
What do you hope to gain from this experience?
I hope to gain more connections and leadership skills.
And how has AHS impacted you, and what is your personal impact on AHS?
The impact that the teachers and the classmates have had on me is amazing, and through all these challenges these past few years, and I hope that I can make others feel as loved as I have felt.
What do you say is your biggest accomplishment during your time at AHS?
My biggest accomplishment is my lifelong friendships I made and learning my strengths and weaknesses throughout these years and how I can apply them for my future.
And finally, what message do you want to send to the AHS student body?
Each and every student is special just the way that they are, and we can all help each other with our challenges and no matter our differences. So yeah.
Thank you so much.
Of course, thank you.
Hey guys, I'm Sarah Bailey, and we're here with Hope Richard, a member of our 2025-2026 homecoming court, and we're here to ask her a few questions. Our first question is, what does it mean to be a part of the homecoming court?
It is an extreme honor to be chosen 1 out of the 5 to represent Auburn High School.
What do you hope to gain from this experience?
I hope to gain a core memory for my senior year.
How has Auburn High School impacted you, and what would you say that your impact on Auburn High School has been?
The Auburn High School teachers have shown me great qualities I want to carry into college with me. And as a counselor's aide, I give new students tours who are overwhelmed and welcome them in a new environment that's bigger than where they came from, probably.
Yeah, that's awesome. What do you say that your biggest accomplishment during your time at Auburn High School has been?
Probably building relationships that I know will last a lifetime.
And what message do you want to send to the Auburn High School student body?
Let's make this week full of spirit and fun memories that we will never forget. Thank you, and go Tigers.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Doug Sanford Stadium for tonight's game between the Moody Blue Devils and your Auburn High School Tigers. And now for the probable starters. On defense for the Tigers, number 0, Colin King. Defensive line. Defensive back, number 1, BJ McGee. Defensive back, number 2, Cortez Cooks. Linebacker, number 3, Greg Williams. Defensive back, number 4, Isaac Bedford. Linebacker, number 11, Aiden Parker. Defensive line, number 13, Cameron Creighton. Defensive back, number 18, Graham Forthofer. Linebacker, number 25, Alex Gebston. Defensive line, number 46, Micah Bowersock. Defensive line, number 99, Carnell Jackson. And now for the offensive starters. At running back, number 0, Jaden Huff. At wide receiver, number 4, Cash Reef. At wide receiver, number 5, Antonio Welch. At wide receiver, number 7, Joshua Askew. At tight end, number 44, Hampton Jordan. At offensive line, number 55, RJ Davidson. Offensive line, number 62, Tucker Albin. Offensive line, number 64, Jaden Spinks Evans. Offensive line, number 68, Kieran King. Offensive line, number 75, Trenton Pritchett. Quarterback for the Auburn High School Tigers, number 15, Jason Myers. And your head coach, Keith Etheridge. special group of Auburn High School alumni who continue to serve our community by working in education. These remarkable individuals have carried the spirit of Auburn with them as they've taken on roles that shape the future of our students every day. Let's meet them now. Class of 2019, Sarah Strohmeyer, Auburn High School and girls basketball coach. Class of 2019, Jada Askew, Wrightsville Road and girls volleyball coach. Class of 1993, Stacy Jarrell Jones, Auburn Junior High School teacher. Tonight's game wouldn't be possible without the leadership of a very special Auburn High School alumni group. These former Tigers are now coaching the next generation of champions, guiding our team tonight with the same dedication they showed as students. Please welcome Class of 2019, Graham Ferguson, Auburn High School and varsity football staff. Class of 2016, Jeremiah Kitchens, Drake Middle School and varsity football staff. Class of 2008, Daniel Davis, Auburn Junior High School and 8th grade football staff. Class of 2005, Billy Ramsey, Auburn High School and varsity football staff. 2004, Drew Bagwell, Auburn High School and varsity football staff. Class of 2001, Lorenzo King, varsity football staff. Class of 1997, Ledextric Oliver, Wrightsville Road and varsity football staff. Class of 1995, Deanna Marshall, Auburn High School band director. Class of 1995, Sean Geiger, Auburn High School band director. Class of 1988, Jason Halverson, Drake Middle School and varsity football staff. In the booth, your sideline reporter and statistician, Jack Hutton, class of 2014. As we wrap up this special recognition, we want to extend a heartfelt thank you to all of our Auburn High School alumni who are dedicating their careers to education and coaching. Your commitment to shaping young minds and developing future leaders is truly inspiring. You carry the Auburn legacy with pride, and we are honored to celebrate you tonight. We are proud to call you part of the Auburn family. Thank you, and go Tigers! The Auburn High School's Football Booster Club would like to thank the following top sponsors: Amsterdam Cafe, Baumhauer's Victory Grill, Byron Smokehouse, Rocco's Chicken Joint, Guthrie's, Whataburger, Culver's, Farnell Mechanical, Auburn Collision Center, Swanson Diamond Center, the Orthopedic Clinic, through Sacklings. We thank you for your support of Auburn High School football.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to AHS Countdown. I'm your host, Reese Kinder, joined by my co-host, James Sippins. James, how are we doing tonight?
Doing good, Reese. Glad to be back in the booth and really excited to see this matchup between the Moody Blue Devils and Auburn Tigers.
Yeah, and going right into it now between Auburn and Moody. Going to preview Auburn last week. Auburn beat Jag 56-0 at home. The Tigers' offense looked really good. James, what did you see from Auburn last week?
Yeah, Auburn just hit on all cylinders, from the run game to the pass game. The defense looked really good, shutting them out, so hoping to carry that into this week.
Yeah, and then the Blue Devils last week were able to get a win against Helena, 31-28 at home. And James, what did you see from the Blue Devils last week?
Yeah, Moody's defense is just really killer. I mean, that's going to be our weak point tonight. If we can move the ball down the field on Moody's defense, it'll set us up in a great opportunity to win this game.
Yeah, a couple more numbers going in this game. Auburn 3-0 in region play so far, tied with Carver and Central. And, Auburn coming in here looking pretty good, 4-1 on the season, looking to extend their winning streak. James, what are some keys for Auburn to win tonight?
Yeah, Auburn's O-line's really got to step up big. Like I mentioned earlier, Moody's defensive line is just really killer. And if Auburn's offensive line can give Casey Myers time in the pocket to do what he does best, Auburn will have no problem handling Moody tonight.
Yeah, certainly. But, folks, that is going to do it for AHS pregame, and we'll be back with the kick.
Superintendent of Auburn City Schools, Dr. Gregory Moore, Principal of Auburn High School, and Director of Bands, Miss Deanna Marshall, we present the Auburn High School Marching Band. Tonight, in lieu of homecoming festivities during halftime, we invite you now, before the game, to take to the skies as we soar through the clouds and spread our wings. Featuring the music of Men of Steel, Fly Like an Eagle, Flight of the Bumblebee, Here Comes the Sun, and Mr. Blue Sky, we present our 2025 production, Up in the Air. The band is under the field direction of drum majors Emma Stackhouse, Avery Moore, Isaiah Nash, and Trey Doyle. Drum majors, is the band ready? Ladies and gentlemen, the Auburn High School Marching Band. ROTC Color Guard. The commander of the Color Guard is Cadet Kason Coburn, carrying the United States flag. The Alabama state flag is carried by Cadet Catherine Key. The guards are Cadet Blake Adams and Cadet Samantha Carter. Please remain standing as we honor our nation with the playing of our national anthem. To our guests from Moody, enjoy the game and go Tigers! The AHS Marching Band wants to encourage you to visit our concession stands this evening, run by the Auburn Band Boosters Association. All proceeds from the concession stands directly support the band programs at East Sanford School, Auburn Junior High, and Auburn High School. The concession specials tonight are Snickers Ice Cream, Italian Ice, and Coneca Dogs. Captains for tonight's game for Moody. Number 77, Fisher Reinagar. Number 0, Marshall Teofilo. Number 3, Aubrey Walker. Number 24, Cam Mallory. For the Tigers, number 25, Alex Gampston. Number 99, Cardell Jackson. Number 62, Tucker Allman. And number 75, Trenton Pritchett. won the toss. Defer to the second half. Moody will receive.
Hello everyone and welcome inside a beautiful Duck Sanford Stadium. The cloudy skies are clear now. No rain in the area. It was raining earlier actually, but it looks like it's going to be great football weather. I am Reese Kinder, joined by my co-host James Tippins. James, how are we doing tonight?
Doing great, Reese. Excited to be back in the booth. Got a great matchup between the Moody Blue Devils and Auburn Tigers tonight. Moody set to receive this kick. But yeah, Reese, really excited to see what we got. Some football on our hands tonight.
Yeah, Moody number 2 in 5A, Auburn number 5 in 7A. This is the first time Moody will play a 7A school. Moody coming off the win, obviously we talked about in pregame against Helena, 31-28, and Auburn coming off of a 56-0 shutout win against the Jaguars last week. And now Joe Daniels going to kick this one to Moody. Moody going to get to receive the ball first. See Coach Keith Etheridge there. And the kick is underway, and we are ready to go here in Auburn, as that one's just going to sail to the back of the end zone. You see Moody's going to get the ball first. We're going to get to see this Moody offense first, led by Jake Lowry at quarterback.
Yeah, this Moody offense, really dynamic. Running back Cameron Meadows, Western Kentucky commit. He's the 81st best player in Alabama. And then out wide they got dynamic Josiah Dozier, USF commit, and Aubrey Walker to his right. Both seniors, big-time leaders. This Moody offense hits you from every place.
One man in the backfield there, 3 receivers at the bottom of your screen. Gonna hand it off here. Gonna run up the middle for a few yards. Actually, it's like about maybe 7 or 8 possibly. But good carry to start the game for the Blue Devils. LaCameron Meadows already starting off the game pretty well.
Yeah.
Last week, 21 carries, 174 yards.
Yeah, we're gonna hear a lot about Meadows this week. He's their workhorse in the backfield. Definitely gonna be seeing a lot out of him.
So now Moody faced with a 2nd and 4 here. Picked up 6 yards on that last one. And this Auburn defense is not anyone to play with. They've been pretty good so far this season. Going to be a little pitch here and run up the middle, and going to be down at the 30, almost to the 40-yard line. So going to get a first down. Good job for the Blue Devils to start the game early with some momentum.
Yeah, here you see number 3, Aubrey Walker, come in motion. Oh, actually, this is the little handoff first down from LaCameron Meadows. Got a good 7-8 yards.
And now going to be first and, yeah, you see it's going to be 1st and 10 again now for the Blue Devils. Right around the 35-yard line, looks like the 36.
Lots of motion pre-snap for the Blue Devils.
Yeah, they're a screen pass team. This Blue Devils team loves the screen passes, so I wouldn't be surprised to see some of that in this game. Going to be a handoff here to Meadows, and Meadows going to get brought down to the outside actually by Greg Williams. Greg Williams made some great tackles last week against Jag. I mean, had some amazing plays, 8 tackles, 3 tackles for loss, and 1 interception.
Yeah, Greg Williams just proved us again last week. He's the leader of this defense. Here we see a little replay. Number 3, Greg Williams just getting to Cameron, forcing him out of bounds. Good stop for the defense. 2nd and 6 for the Blue Devils.
Gonna be another handoff here. Gonna go to the outside, and he's gonna be brought down. Looks like he picked up none there. He brought down by Cortez Cooks.
Yeah, great job by the Auburn defense getting back there quick, stopping Cameron before he could get far outside and get some yards.
Yeah, actually a loss of 1 there, so good job by Cortez Cooks on that tackle. So now Moody faced with a 3rd and long here early on in this game, early on in the first quarter. So what will Moody do to get this first down? See 2 receivers at the bottom of your screen. A man in motion now. Auburn pointing. It looks like there will be some movement. Yeah, just wait for the ref signal. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a false start on the Blue Devils. Not good. Penalties, kill these drives, and we've seen it so far this season. Booker came in the first game of the season, and Auburn gave them a lot of trouble with the penalties, and you can see right there a little bit of movement.
Yeah, these penalties just become drive killers. What was a short down and distance turns into a longer, looks like 3rd and 11. So see what Moody can do here.
And moved in motion. Gonna do a screen pass here. Gonna make a move to about the 40-yard line. It's gonna be brought down. So it looks like Moody's gonna be forced to maybe punt here. We'll see if they leave the offense on the field. That last tackle by Aiden Parker.
Yeah, getting the ball out quick here to Aubrey Walker, letting the playmakers play.
Yeah, I heard Aubrey Walker's name already so far tonight, so he's making a big impact for this Blue Devils team. Now going to just punt this one away. This one's just going to take a pretty good Moody bounce. Looks like it's going to be down at about the 25, 26-yard line here. So Auburn going to start on offense with Kason Myers. Kason Myers coming in from last week. Went 6 for 8 through 2 touchdown passes against the Jaguars and also threw for 121 yards. And he's looked pretty good these past few weeks.
Yeah, Casey Myers just really settling into this offense. We got to see his arm last week with deep balls to B.J. Collins. Really just settling in nicely. Hope to carry that into this week. And Casey Myers just really finding a home here at Auburn.
Yeah, we got to see him throw the ball deeper last week. That's what you've been wanting to see the past few weeks, and got to see him throw some of those deep balls. But no running back in the backfield here for the Tigers. Looks like they're going to throw it on the first play. Going to be a little check down route here. Almost to the 30-yard line. Looks like he will get that momentum there, and that is Jalen Huff with the catch. Looks like the Tigers going to be faced with about a 2nd and 5 here at the 30-yard line.
Auburn a little short-handed at running back this week, losing starting running back Jaden King. Jalen Huff going to step out in a big way this week, though.
Another screen pass here to Joshua Askew. He's going to cut up field. He's going to get down at about almost the 40-yard line. Looks like the 39. See where the ref spots the ball here.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of that from the Auburn offense as of recently. Kaysen, just settling Kaysen into the groove. You see here, Askew, bottom of your screen, getting the ball out quick and letting the playmakers do what they do best.
Going to be a run here to the outside. A little bit of extra stuff there at the end, but Kaysen Myers able to get back up on his feet. Looks like Auburn's going to get the quick first down. See Jalen Huff in the backfield. Actually going to be a 2nd and 4 here for the Tigers. Myers drops back to pass. He's going to throw it up the middle. It's going to be Levi Kelly with the catch. He's going to make a move, get down at about the 40-yard line. Yeah. Levi Kelly really stepping up.
Yeah, great find by Kaysen there, middle of the field. Looks like a little slant right there from Levi Kelly. This hurry-up offense really getting to Moody right now.
Yeah, Moody having to make substitutions early on in this game. Kaysen Myers going to run this one right up the middle. He's going to make a few men miss. He's going to go to the 30-yard line and be down right there at the 30-yard line.
Man, Kaysen Myers is so dynamic. If he doesn't hurt you with his arm, it's his legs. Just really showing off his athleticism here.
Yeah, definitely a dual threat quarterback for Kaysen Myers. We've seen that. He's been able to show off with his arms and legs the past few weeks and already looking good here to start this game. So going to be a 2nd and short here for the Tigers, and going to hand it off to Jalen Huff, and looks like he's going to pick up that momentum to get the first down. See where the ref spots the ball. Yeah, Auburn going with the hurry up yet again here. Trying to get Moody all flustered and everything. It looks like it's working. Moody having to make too much substitutions.
Yeah, Moody a lot of times likes to bring the pressure, so maybe hurrying him up a little bit slows down these big defensive linemen from getting any pressure on the quarterback.
Yeah, this Tigers offensive line has been pretty good the past few weeks, been able to limit pressure. And Kason Myers has been able to find his receivers. He's going to run this one to the side here. Going to pick up a few yards.
Oh!
Almost hurdles a man, but does a little cannonball basically. About the 25-yard line. See where the ref spots it. Yeah, looks like to me the 24-yard line actually moved it up. So 2nd and 6 here for the Tigers. Jalen Huff out as receiver now. And Myers going to check this down to Huff, and it's going to be caught. Able to come up with it. Good catch by Jalen Huff. Auburn so far just been able to, look pretty poised out there so far to start this offensive drive. Man in motion, which is Welch. Myers going to draw back to throw this one. Can't find anybody open, so he's just going to run this one up the middle. He's going to be brought down almost near the 10-yard line there. So good play there by Myers, able to punt fake and run it up the middle for
the
down.
Offensive line giving him enough time to go through his progressions. Didn't see anybody open. Took off, got a couple yards. Auburn in the red zone now. See if they can finish this one off.
Going to be a 2nd and 4 here for the Tigers. Going to hand it off to Huff. Huff going to find a hole to the 10. Almost to the 5-yard line. Looks like it's going to be brought down at the 7 there.
Great run by Jalen Huff, getting outside the tackles. Got a little speed. Inches closer to the goal line for Auburn.
So now going to be a 1st and goal from the 6-yard line for the Tigers. See what the Tigers can do. Looks like Carnell Jackson and Colin King both in motion.
Greg Williams back
both in the backfield, and Greg Williams as well. Going to pitch it to Greg Williams, and Greg Williams going to be brought down back at the 10-yard line. That Moody Rebels defense was ready.
Desron Mobley got back there quick. A little trickery bringing in the defense. Looked like Greg Williams hobbling off the field, but great job by Mobley getting back there quick, reading it well. Tackle for a loss.
And now Auburn going to have to regroup here as that last play lost 4 yards. So see what the Tigers got in store on this 2nd and goal from the 10.
Yeah, don't really like that play call from the Auburn offense. You're driving well. Don't really know what the plan with trickery was when everything else was working.
Myers going to draw back to throw here. Feels the pressure. Going to throw this one up the middle to Levi Kelly, and it is incomplete.
Yeah, there's that pressure we saw. Auburn slowing the pace down there, letting the offense get back on the field, and Moody brings that blitz straight up the gun. Myers with a man in his face. Wasn't able to deliver the best ball to Kelly. Incomplete pass.
Yeah, and this Moody defense has only given up, the most points they've given up this season was last week against Helena, 28 points. So they're no joke. I mean, they're able to stop you in the red zone. And under Brandon Campbell, they've been really solid. It's going to be 3rd and goal here from the 10-yard line. Myers going to check this one down to the corner of the end zone. And we'll wait for the signal here, but I believe it is a touchdown, and it's going to be a touchdown by Levi Kelly. He gets his revenge after dropping that last pass, but it looks like a flag is down in the back of the end zone right there. We'll wait to see, but it does look like the Tiger special teams is out on the field for now, but the refs are going to come to a huddle here really quick to decide what that flag is about.
Man, if this one stands, it was a great ball by Kason Myers. Put it right where it needed to be. Back shoulder, Levi Kelly was able to bring the ball in for a touchdown. See if the refs, sportsmanlike it looks like maybe.
Yeah, we'll see what the head official here has on the call.
Yeah, it looks
like it's going to be unsportsmanlike on the Tigers. But it does look like the Tigers will get to do the extra point, so it will be enforced on the kickoff. So now Joseph Daniel going to attempt this PAT here for the Tigers. Snap the hold, and it's up and through, and the Tigers are up 7-0 after a really solid showing from the offense to start this game. Really hurried up. James, what did you like from that first drive?
Yeah, Reese, you said it. The hurry-up offense. We haven't seen it much, but this drive was great. I mean, a little bit of a run, a little bit of a pass, and ultimately the touchdown pass from Case Myers was able to have time in the pocket, deliver a stripe to Levi Kelly. 13-play drive, 74 yards, really sustained drive, took some clock off. Auburn rolling early.
Yeah, great start for the Tigers offensively and defensively. Now we're going to see the Tigers defense again after the special teams unit hopefully kicked this one to the back of the end zone. Joseph Daniel last week had a solid showing with his kickoffs, a lot of touchbacks last week. Nobody could really return it. I think there was only one return, so we'll see if he can continue that. But obviously you see the ball's going to start at the 25-yard line on kickoff, so I don't think he'll be able to kick it to the back of the end zone, but just have to see what happens.
Set the kick for the Tigers, number 39, Joseph Daniel.
Yeah, and now you're going to see Ryan McPherson back there to return this ball. And the kick is up, and see if it goes to the back of the end zone here. It looks like it's going to be returnable here for McPherson. He's going to run to the outside, and he's going to be brought down.
Yeah, great job by the kick return unit. We haven't really seen much from the kick return unit as of late because Daniel, as you said, just kicking it to the back of the end zone, but great job by the unit there, holding Moody behind the 20.
So yet again, we're going to get to see the Tigers defense come back out there. Great stop last drive. The penalty obviously helped them a lot, but we'll get to see what the Tigers can do here on their second drive of the game. And also the Blue Devils coming out for their second drive as well. Everybody in motion on this one here. Like you said earlier, I mean, Moody likes to do those motions. And Lowry going to drop back here. Going to try to find a man open. It's going to be caught, and it looks like he's going to pick up the first down there. Caught by Aubrey Walker.
We've called his name a couple times, looking like Lowry's go-to guy out there. Cortez Cooks in coverage. A little comeback route for Walker. Lowry put it right where it needed to be. Moved the chains for the Moody Blue Devils.
Yeah, like you said, going to be a 1st and 10 here for the Blue Devils. Meadows in the backfield again. Going to be a handoff to Meadows here, and Tigers defensive line gets there, just every man on him. Not able to go anywhere, just stuffed at that line. Looks like Micah Bowerstock, the first one to get there.
Yeah, the senior Micah Bowerstock was back there in a hurry. 46 here. Wraps up Cameron Meadows, and the whole defensive line swarms him. The defensive line for Auburn showing once again why they're one of the best in Alabama.
Yeah, and that run defense for sure has been great the past few weeks. Some running backs coming here that have been really solid and just haven't been able to pick up those yards.
Yeah, like Meadows a big dude. 6 foot, 225.
Gonna be a screen pass here, going to pick up at least a yard or two. That's going to be Aubrey Walker yet again.
Lowry's pass complete to number 9, Elijah Rutledge. Tackle made by number 11, Aiden Parker.
Yeah, here's Lowry, quick one to Elijah. Gets a couple yards. Still trying to gain that momentum for Lowry. Get him going a little bit. See what they got here on this 3rd and 8.
Yeah, another 3rd and long here for the Blue Devils. And Lowry going to draw back to throw this one. He sees the pressure. He's going to step up in the pocket. There's a flag in the backfield. He's going to find a man, but it's going to be incomplete.
Yeah, that one's coming back. That was a big-time holding there from the Moody offensive line.
Yeah, great coverage there by B.J. McGee and Isaac Benford in the backfield. Yeah, so it will be a holding. Looks like the penalty's going to be declined. Obviously a good decision there, so it's going to be a 4th and 8. See right there in the backfield, just a big pancake, but obviously holding there, can't do that.
Yeah, I kind of just threw him to the ground, kind of sat on him there. That's going to get the call every single time.
Yeah, so now Moody going to punt this one away here. 4th and 8. Actually going to bring out the punter this time. Not going to try to confuse Auburn. And Auburn going to have the return man, Cash Reef, in the backfield, the senior.
Yeah, dynamic. See if he can break free here.
Pretty solid punt there. Going to get brought down near the, looks like the 15-yard line. So yeah, Reef calls fair catch. Tigers going to get the ball started at the 15-yard line. So we'll get to see the Tigers offense yet again. James, as we saw last drive, Casey Myers was able to lead the team down the field and end up getting a touchdown thrown to Levi Kelly and obviously the unsportsmanlike conduct at the end of it, but it didn't really hurt the Tigers.
Yeah, I mean, Myers just proving once again how poised he is back there in that backfield. I mean, getting the ball to everybody, Levi Kelly, Joshua Askew, Jalen Huff out of the backfield. He's going empty here. I like this from him. Coach Etheridge just letting Casey Myers be athletic. I mean, just letting him do his thing.
And in motion here. Going to run it up the middle, Myers is, and he's going to be brought down. And we've seen that a few times tonight, just a little QB draw up the middle for a few yards, and you kind of like to see that from a guy like Casey Myers.
Yeah, some designed runs for Kaysen. Athletic kid, can break some tackles, big kid, so hard to bring down.
That's going to be a 2nd and 8 here for the Tigers. Myers going to draw back to throw this one, sees the pressure, and throw it to a man up the middle. That's going to be Antonio Welch. Antonio Welch going to be brought down out of bounds. Let's see if he picked up the first down.
Yeah, I love that play from the Tigers. Man in the face of Casey Myers, able to deliver it to Antonio Welch. Great block by Joshua Askew. Leaves him with the 3rd and medium.
Yeah, looks like about 3rd and 1 here possibly for the Tigers. So see what they can do with Jalen Huff and Casey Myers, maybe a QB run again or possibly a handoff.
Yeah, whenever they have big Hampton Jordan in there, it's usually to block. So either a handoff or QB draw.
Looks like a little bit of a stoppage here, maybe trying to get the ball respotted or something.
You know, Reese, so far we've just seen a lot of the same things from this Auburn offense. Casey Myers just able to just get his momentum back. Just really looking poised and comfortable back there in the pocket.
It's going to be a pitch here to Huff. Huff going to hopefully get the first down there. I don't know yet. We'll see what the decision is by the official.
Yeah, I think he got it.
Yeah, it looks like they will give him that extra momentum.
I love that play call there. Pulling the guards around to get some blocks for Huff. Huff able to pick up.
Now Myers going to just check it down here to Askew. Looks like a little bit too hard there. Askew was not ready for that pass, but going to be a 2nd and 10 here for the Tigers.
3rd down 8.
Yeah, Kaysen just a little quick there with the throw.
Now Myers going to draw back to throw this one. Sees pressure, going to run this one right up the middle. Going to get a good block from Hampton Jordan. He's still going to the 50-yard line. He broke a tackle to the 40, to the 30, to the 20, and he's going to be out of bounds near the 10-yard line. And looks like he fumbled it a little bit out of bounds, but a great run by Casey Myers.
Wow, Casey Myers just showing us again how athletic he is. Sees the blitz coming off the right side, decides to take off, makes a couple man miss. See here, takes off. Great block by Hampton Jordan downfield. Casey Myers just lets the legs do the rest. Puts the Tigers in scoring position.
You know, James, for those that watch college football, reminded me a lot of Lenora Sellers. Lenora Sellers, a great eluder of the pocket, just able to step out and, use his legs.
And Myers just able to feel the pressure, you know. Some quarterbacks can't feel when the pocket's collapsing, and Myers doing a great job of that.
Huff going to run this one up the middle for a few yards. Going to be brought down by that Moody defensive line. Looks like maybe nothing on that gain.
Yeah, that was big. Veteran leader Henry Smith, Western Kentucky commit. Fast off the edge, speedy, really strong kid. You'll be hearing his name a lot tonight.
Now Myers going to draw back to throw this one. He's going to throw this one to the corner of the end zone. It's going to be incomplete, but it will be a flag, so pass interference there at the end. Another flag comes in too, so maybe the other official at the back of the end zone saw that as well, but that definitely is going to be a pass interference.
Yeah, floated that one for Levi Kelly. Got a little bit of hands on it. Looks like the DB was kind of grabbing his waist there and pretty blatant, so the refs threw the flag.
Yeah, just can't do that if you're Moody. So now Auburn going to be in good field position. Actually, great field position here for the Tigers. And you can see on this replay right here, just throwing that fade ball to the corner of the end zone, and you see Levi Kelly just gets grabbed, like basically wrapped up there. Almost a face mask too, you could kind of see it.
Yeah, if I'm the ref, I'm probably not throwing that one. You know, just playing for the ball. Maybe let the kids play a little bit, but for Auburn, it moves them even closer to scoring.
Yeah, and Levi Kelly, I mean, he's a pretty tall dude, so you want to throw those 50-50 balls to a guy like him because you know maybe 50% of the time he can come up with that.
Yeah, he's a red zone threat, you know, kind of like a DeAndre Hopkins, a taller receiver. Can give it to him in the red zone. Bringing 2 tight ends into the game. Could see a little jet sweeper design drone here.
Yeah, see at the bottom of your screen there's 3 receivers out wide. Man in motion, Antonio Welch, and you called it there, James. It's a jet sweep. Welch going to get a good block. He's going to make a man miss, and it's going to be in the end zone. It's going to be a touchdown for the Tigers. Antonio Welch with a jet sweep touchdown pass. A little bit of unnecessary roughness there at the end, maybe from the Blue Devils, but Auburn able to score after that pass interference penalty. So great job from the Tigers.
Yeah, Reese, we've seen this play before. It's kind of our red zone go-to play. Trips out left, bring in the 2 tight ends to give him some blocks. Antonio Welch comes in motion, finishes the drive with 6, and Auburn looking to take the 14-0 lead.
And Joseph Daniel already made 1 already tonight, so we'll see if he can go 2 for 2 on the night. And it's up and through, so Auburn leads 14-0. Another great drive from the Tigers, just able to get some more momentum. Really looked poised in that drive, and Casey Myers, you know, the highlight of that. And that was an 8-play, 84-yard drive for the Tigers.
Yeah, Myers with the big-time run, switching the field. Got some great blocks there. Just a little bit of everything from Myers again. Then the jet sweep to end it off with Antonio Welch, the playmaker we've seen all year. But this Auburn offense is rolling and looks as comfortable as ever right now.
Yeah, and this Moody team, like we said in pregame, not a team to mess around with. This team is obviously 5A. They made it to the state championship, actually won it last year in 5A, and they looked really good coming in this matchup. And honestly, I still feel like this team is not done yet.
Kicking off for the Tigers, number 39, Joseph Daniel. Back deep, number 1, Josiah Dozier. Number 9, Elijah Rutledge.
Yeah, for Moody this drive, I'd really like to see them lean on Cameron Meadows more. You know, he's their power back there. I mean, he's hard to get down. He's one of the best running backs in the state. If they can lean on him in that run game, get a little bit of a drive together, they'll be right in this thing.
Yeah, another great kick there from Joseph Daniel. And yeah, like you mentioned, James, if they get the ball to Meadows more, I really do feel like this Moody team can get things going. So now we're going to see Jake Lowry back out there again. Looks like everybody in motion yet again on this play. Going to roll out. Going to find a man open there about the 30-yard line, makes a man miss. It's going to be brought down about the 34, 33-yard line.
Yeah, there's Josiah Dozier. It was a matter of time before he heard his name. The USF commit, the dynamic receiver on the team, the wide receiver 1, able to find him in open space, make a couple people miss, and Moody moves the ball.
So now it's going to be a 1st and 10. Once again here for Moody. We've seen that, but then a penalty. Looks like it's going to be Carnell Jackson with the offsides penalty, so that's going to move the Moody Blue Devils up some more. Carnell Jackson, the Arkansas commit.
Yeah, Carnell, the leader of this team. Don't really usually call his name on penalties, more of sacks, but, you know, with all this movement and trickeration early from Moody, I would imagine as a D lineman, all these different snap counts and stuff has got to be difficult not to jump off sides, but only the first one so far. Hopefully it's the only one.
Yeah, and this Tigers defensive line usually does not get penalties, so just a little bit of a mistake there, so we'll have to see what happens. Everybody in motion again on this play. And Lowry going to do another screen pass here. Looks like to Walker, and he's going to be brought down by a bunch of Tigers defenders. Just a great tackle from all those Tigers defenders. Looks like Alex Gamson and Micah Bowerstock get in there as well, along with Isaac Benford.
Yeah, Isaac Benford, the ball hawk of this team, pick 6 last week. Able to wrap him up, not let him go anywhere. It's 2 good blocks, but Benford just shoots through those gaps. It's a big tackle. You see number 4, Isaac Benford, top of your screen, just coming down here. Big hit, big tackle. And now this Moody team looking to recover from that loss of yards.
It's going to be a 3rd and 5 here. And looks like a little bit of movement possibly. Yeah, flag. It looks like it will be a movement, so a false start on the Blue Devils. We've seen this already twice so far for Moody. Now make it a 2nd 10.
Yeah, that's very unlike this Moody team. You know, lots of veterans they got 4 seniors on this offensive line, some big dudes, 1 junior. So it's a veteran offensive line. They know better than that.
And so now going to be 2nd and 10 here for the Blue Devils. And makes another man jump off sides, and that's going to be Colin King. So 2 penalties on this Tigers defensive line. So it looks like,
I think it might have been Carnell again.
Yeah, Carnell Jackson actually on that one. But yeah, 2 penalties on the same player, Carnell Jackson, who actually you would think couldn't do it twice, but does it again.
Yeah, it's a little antsy to get back there quickly. Staring right at the ball, can hear the quarterback snap count. Just a little bit off balance. Looks like we're going to take this to the 2nd quarter.
Yeah, that will be the end of the 1st quarter. Auburn leads 14-0 after the offense looks pretty good in that 1st quarter, but don't go away, folks, because when we come back, we have the 2nd quarter action.
Sanford, Jenna Stanley, B.B. Wright, Della Wilson. Seniors, Millie Denicky, Ella Pierce, Stella Rogers, Addison Turner. Captain, Raleigh Castleberry. Captain, Caroline Denicky. Captain, Katie Fordham. Captain, Jamie Johnson. Captain, Emery Slocum. The head coach for the cheerleaders, Catherine Isbell, and assistant, Hannah Bodine.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Duck Sanford Stadium, where we got some 2nd quarter action just about to begin here, where the Moody Blue Devils have themselves in a good position, 2nd and 5, trying to move the ball past midfield.
Yeah, a lot of penalties this drive, really slowing it down. They'll get some yards and they'll come back. And look to Lowry to pass to Josiah Dozier and Aubrey Walker. They're their dynamic receivers.
Yeah,
Get down the field.
Aiden White in motion there. You see Walker in motion as well. It looks like going to be more movement possibly, or maybe a timeout here by Coach Gannis. Yeah, it looks like a timeout from the Blue Devils. And speaking of Coach Gannis, 35-9 record, 18-2 record in region play, 4th season at the Blue Devils program. Former UGA player as well, and started at UAB before transferring to the University of Georgia. And also a former Thompson assistant coach. Just a great track record from this Moody Blue Devils coach. Gannis.
Yeah, Reese, as you said, this Moody team just really a proven opponent, you know. I mean, they're testy. We can't sleep on them, even though we're up 14-0 right now. Got to keep the pedal to the metal, finish this one out. Keep doing what we're doing on offense, keep doing what we're doing on defense, except for these small little penalty mistakes here. But if we can clean that up, we can send this Moody team home with a 2nd loss.
Yeah, and Moody's only loss on the season came the 1st week of the season, actually, to Gainesville, Georgia, who is actually a pretty solid program up there north of Atlanta. They have had some great teams, and Moody obviously didn't play as good in that game, but learned from their mistakes and has been on a 4-game winning streak ever since. So now it looks like the Blue Devils going to be faced with the 2nd and 5. Everybody in motion yet again, and Moody loves to do that man in motion. Another man in motion. They're going to be a handoff to Meadows. Meadows going to cut up the middle, and he's going to actually make a few men miss, almost down near the 50-yard line. So good job by Meadows.
Yeah, Meadows is so dynamic. I mean, that hole was wide open. He hit it, got some yards, cut back a little bit. They keep leaning on Meadows to run this ball. It's a scary Moody offense.
And it looks like there will be a penalty flag in the backfield. So penalties have been the drive killer for Moody so far. 0 for 2 on 3rd down conversions in this game, and also just haven't been able to move the ball a lot. But we'll see what the Blue Devils can do after a loss of momentum and a loss of a lot of yards on this one.
Yeah, this is a frustrated and flustered O-line and offense right now for Moody. Just need some positive yards, but then they get taken back by a holding.
Yeah, so now it's going to be a 2nd and 15 here for the Blue Devils. We haven't really seen Lowry, you know, be able to throw the ball downfield a lot, so we'll get to see if maybe he does that here on 2nd and really long. Looks like some more movement.
Man.
So Moody just continuing to go back and really hurting. And I wonder if those guys are saying stuff to each other to get them to jump off sides, because you saw Carnell Jackson jumped off sides earlier, coming back in the game right now. And Moody has a few false starts here early on in this game.
You know, with this kind of offense, with all this pre-snap motion, you got to have a really locked-in offensive line to not jump off, because there's a lot going on back there, and it can be a little confusing, but Moody offensive line struggling early.
And now going to be a 2nd and 20 here. He's going to be able to throw this one deep. And it is going to be incomplete. Great covers there from Cortez Cooks. But we saw last week, Lowry did throw some pretty good passes. We watched on film. Lowry was able to throw those balls deep, and that would kind of look like one we saw last week. But
yeah, here's Lowry. Cortez a little bit on island, little handsy. Good ball placement, but Cortez Cooks was able to get his hands in there.
Yeah, great throw there by Lowry, able to almost find his receiver open, but like you said, a little bit handsy, but no call.
Yeah, Cortez Cooks, the junior, just really stepping up this year, you know, filling a big defensive back hole, losing Mike Gunn. Cortez Cooks has stepped up in a big way.
Yeah, so now going to be a 3rd and 20 here for the Blue Devils, and Lowry going to try to find a man open. He's going to just chuck this one downfield, and that is going to be intercepted by the Tigers. It's going to be intercepted by B.J. McGee. And let's see, I don't believe there's any flags in the backfield. And B.J. McGee comes up with an interception.
Yeah, B.J. McGee, the veteran defensive back on this team. Don't really know what Lowry was doing there with that throw. Wide receiver kind of fell over, was in double coverage, but B.J. McGee was able to scoop it up, get the interception. Here we see.
Yeah, the reason I said flag there is because you saw brought down in the backfield, but I was wondering if there was going to be one, but there was no call, so maybe a slip or something.
Yeah, it was raining earlier, so that could have done something to it. But yeah, B.J. McGee just proving why he's our DB1.
Going to be a screen pass here. A little low, but it's going to be called by Askew. Askew going to get first down and a little bit more, so great job by Joshua Askew.
Yeah, Askew, just our playmaker. We've said it a lot this season. He can do so much after the catch, you know. If you get the ball in his hands, he can make some people miss. Proving once again why he's Casey Myers' go-to guy.
It's now going to be a 1st and 10 in Blue Devil territory. The Tigers have gotten it past midfield. Now Myers going to drop back to throw this one. He's going to step up in the pocket, and it's going to be incomplete. Looks like he got hit at the end of that. Great job by that Blue Devils defense.
Yeah, it looks like Barack Willis was back there. Pocket kind of collapsing. Was able to get a hand on it. Incomplete pass. This Moody defense stepping up.
Yeah, and Brock Willis, that linebacker, 4-star recruit, interest from Bama and Auburn.
Yeah, he's only a junior, so he's got a long way to go. Could turn into that 5-star later, but yeah, he's a stud for the edge on them.
Yeah, and you see this Tigers offense trying to regroup here after that huge hit that was brought from Willis.
See Kaysen go empty a lot.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a timeout. Coach Etheridge did not like what he was seeing. And, you know, going more in depth with the Tigers so far this season, they've just been really efficient offensively. The first 2 games, obviously, some question marks, but they have, ever since then, ever since that Opelika game, they have looked really solid out there, playing on both sides of the ball, offensively and defensively.
Yeah, Reese, to go off that, you know, Casey Myers, we had some questions early in those first couple of games. Of course, the loss to Vestavia. Just a little of a mind blank there for Kaysen and the whole Auburn team, but really recovered well, bounced back very well. I mean, Casey Myers is proven to be why he's so good. 5 games, 854 yards, 7 touchdowns, and 2 interceptions. Hasn't thrown an interception in 3 games. And then also you see his run ability, 27 rush attempts, 117 yards, and a touchdown. I mean, he's just a little bit of a do-it-all, kind of what you see out of Josh Allen, you know?
And obviously 12 D1 offers from Casey Myers, but really solid quarterback Auburn has. Now nobody in the backfield. Looks like a man in motion. That's going to be Antonio Welch. And Myers going to throw this one, or he's going to try to throw this one here. Going to be almost to Antonio Welch, but it's going to be incomplete, just out of his reach.
Yeah, Henry Smith, when untouched, was able to fluster Myers a little bit, roll out right. Had to throw it a little bit off balance. It was a little too low for Antonio.
Yeah, and Antonio Welch, a senior wide receiver on this team. Haven't really heard his name a lot this season. I would like to see him get the ball a little bit more, maybe a deep pass or two to him to get his momentum going, because I feel like he's been kind of out of the picture so far this season, but I'd like to see him get some more reps and possibly some more catches. 3rd and 10 here for the Tigers. Myers going to draw back. Feels pressure, going to run this one to the outside. About the 40 and almost makes a man miss, but slips. And like you said, that rain maybe paying a factor from earlier. And the ref going to mark him down. Looks like 2 yards, maybe a yard short.
Yeah, here we see Myers again. The pocket collapsing. He feels it. Got some green grass ahead of him. Yeah, and slips a little bit from that rain earlier, as you said. See where they spot it, but Myers just showing again how athletic he is.
Yeah, and you saw right there at the end, the turf monster got him, but we'll see if the Tigers are going to go for it on 4th down. Looks like they will. They have the offense out there. No running back in the backfield for the Tigers. All 3 receivers at the bottom of your screen, and Welch going to try to get this one, but Myers going to run this one up the middle to the 20, to the 10. He's going to go to the end zone. That is a touchdown for the Auburn Tigers. Huge run from Casey Myers right up the middle. Great design play, and the Tigers are now up 20-0.
Yeah, Reese, that was the same play we ran earlier. It was a little read option. We had the 2 tight ends in. Antonio Welch comes in motion. Casey Myers able to read the linebackers, go straight up the middle. Touchdown Tigers, 21-0.
And now Daniel's going to attempt the PAT here. And like we said, that was just a great run from Casey Myers and showing off with his legs yet again. 2nd rushing touchdown of the season for him. Now Daniels with the kick, and it is going to be up and through, so the Tigers extend their lead 21-0 over the Moody Blue Devils. As Casey Myers, you see here, great run, just runs it right up the middle and is able to find a huge hole and get a touchdown. And that was a 5-play, 55-yard drive from the Auburn Tigers.
Yeah, Casey Myers just showing off in this game, like you said. Right up the middle, beats out the safeties. Quick guy, touchdown Tigers.
Yeah, we see a lot of great dual threat quarterbacks, emerge as, college football and professional football have just had so many in the past few years, and Casey Myers is just looking like a stud so far. And maybe in the next level he could too. Like we mentioned earlier, 12 D1 offers from Casey Myers.
Young kid too, only a junior. Got a little bit to go, another season ahead of him. But, man, he's playing like a veteran right now.
Yeah, and only 10:02 here in the 2nd quarter as Auburn going to kick this one away. Hopefully another touchback, but it's going to be kicked from Joseph Daniel there, and it's going to be kicked to the back of the end zone. So the Blue Devils offense coming back out here once again, and so far just has not looked pretty at all.
Yeah, it's been the penalties that have really just punched them in the gut as of late. Haven't really been able to get anything going because the offensive line keeps jumping, or if they get a big play, it's a hold. So hopefully the offensive line can rally together and go score right here.
Yeah, but you got to think too, Carnell Jackson and Colin King both combined for 600 pounds, so it's going to be hard to cover that right there.
Yeah, big dudes up front.
Yeah, really big dudes for this Tigers offensive line, and you got Micah Bowerstock and Cam Creighton, 2 of the fastest edge rushers on this Tigers defense. Now Lowry going to fake the handoff here, going to roll out, sees pressure from behind, and it's going to be caught. Looks like they are going to maybe give him the 1st down. No, they're going to mark him a little bit short here.
Yeah, that's Josiah Dozier just making something out of nothing. Felt like the play was over. Dozier gets open. Lowry able to get it to him. See Lowry rolling out right. Dozier get the feet down, toe tap. Great play from the Moody offense.
Yeah, and Dozier going to be great at the next level. Had 3 catches, 37 yards, and a TD last week.
He's the 31st ranked player in Alabama.
So now it's going to be a 2nd down and short here for the Moody Blue Devils. Waiting on Coach Gannis' signal here for the play. See another 2 men in motion. Yet again, like this Moody team loves to do motions. It's going to be a handoff to Meadows. Meadows going to find a hole. He's going to make a few men miss, but he's going to be brought down finally by Aiden Parker.
Yeah, Meadows' little stutter step. He had the hole, should just hit it. He's got the speed. See right here, Meadows. It's the ball, cuts up field. Aiden Parker with a great little tackle. Kind of got a little bit of the jersey there, but able to bring him down. But first down for the Blue Devils.
Yeah, so Moody able to move the chains, but we've seen recently the penalties have really cost Moody the drive, so we'll see if Moody can do something here to limit those penalties. Now going to be another handoff to Meadows, but he's down by Carnell Jackson. Actually going to stay up there, going to make a few men miss, but he's going to continue to run backwards, and then he's finally going to be brought down by a ton of Tigers defenders.
Man, what a play by the Auburn defense. Carnell Jackson just bust right up through there. Wasn't able to bring down Meadows, but Meadows just kept going backwards. Not the smartest heads-up play there from Meadows. Puts him back in the Auburn goal, towards the Auburn goal line. You see here, Meadows just keeps backtracking. Parker with the missed tackle, but then Gampston and Eli Scott able to bring him down. But to start it was Carnell Jackson. Man, this Moody offense just really struggling right now. Can't get anything going.
Yeah, and you know, you want to get those extra yards, but at the same time, you might just want to go down there and take the loss.
Yeah.
So now Moody faced with a 2nd and 29 here. Lowry just going to throw this one, basically a check down route there. So almost the 30-yard line. He's going to be upended.
Dozier again.
BJ McGee with a huge tackle there, and like you said, Dozier, another great catch.
Yeah, a little comeback route. Lowry able to put it right on the rope.
Yeah, Dozier able to create a lot of separation as well.
We've kind of had him on, had the wide receivers on islands here, just playing one-on-one with the DBs.
And in motion, and Lowry going to draw back and throw this one. He's going to throw this one deep, and it's going to be a little bit of an overthrow, almost an interception by BJ McGee. Would have been his 2nd one of the night.
Yeah, just an overthrow by Lowry. Didn't really think he had Dozier there. Great coverage from BJ McGee. Forced the incompletion. You see here, Lowry taking a step back. Thinks he's got Dozier down the field. Just a little bit of an overthrow, but great coverage again by the Auburn defense.
Yeah, so now it looks like the special teams unit going to come back out there now for the Blue Devils. I believe the 3rd time we've seen them tonight.
Yeah, just can't seem to get anything going right now for the Blue Devils offense.
Snap is good, and it looks like it's going to be a good kick here for the Blue Devils. It's not going to be returnable for Cash Reef. Looks like it's going to sail out of bounds, possibly. Ref going to move this one way up here near the 50-yard line. So the Tigers, looks like a late penalty flag comes out too. But the Tigers going to get the ball right now at the 46-yard line, but we'll see what the penalty is. And just waiting on the ref signal. Looks like they're kind of just meeting in the middle here. Maybe an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty, because been a lot of words said so far in this game between both teams. Moody already with, or Auburn already with the unsportsmanlike conduct, so we'll see what this one's on.
Yeah, chippy game to start.
Yeah, looks like an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty, and it will be enforced on the Tigers.
It's the 2nd one for Auburn. It's not really like them. Haven't seen many of those this year.
Yeah, a lot of penalties on the Tigers' defensive side of things so far tonight, and also offense as well. We've seen it a little bit from the offense, but more from the defensive side. We haven't seen any of that. And you can see here the punt just kind of sails out of bounds.
Yeah, right here, just a little extracurricular, you know, just some kids really fighting for the win, getting a little ahead of themselves.
Yeah, looks like Alex Yamston maybe one of those jawing at the end. Can't really do that if you're the Tigers special teams unit. You got to just, you know, let it play out. Whatever's said, just leave it behind you and let the offense come back out there. Now we're going to get to see the Tigers offense yet again. Auburn so far 3 drives, 3 scores, and now Myers going to throw this one to the outside to Cash Reef, and Cash Reef going to get a few good blocks there. He's going to be brought down near midfield. Looks like the official's going to mark him down about the 46, 47-ish yard line.
Yeah, I love that play. Cash Reef, just a really, really dynamic receiver. You see here, coming across the middle of your field, Gets the ball out quick from Myers. Great block from Levi Kelly. And Auburn set up big. 50-yard line.
Now Myers going to fake the handoff. He's going to throw this one deep. And it's going to be incomplete. Nearly caught there. Intended for Joshua Askew, but great coverage from the Blue Devils.
Yeah, as you said, Reese, Kylan Baker back there, the junior. Great coverage on Joshua Askew. Myers had time in the pocket. It's a pretty good ball, but the Moody defense stepping up big.
Now going to be second and long here for the Tigers after the incomplete pass. A great pass from Casey Myers, but just now able to connect.
Yeah, I really like how this O-line's playing, giving them a lot of time.
See Jalen Huff upended there.
Yeah, swallowed up by big Cam Mallory, the 33rd best player in Alabama, currently committed to West Virginia. I mean, he's a big guy up there. I mean, just a threat for this Auburn offensive line. Been able to contain him early, but here he is, just swallowing up Jalen Huff.
And now going to be a third and long here for the Tigers. And Myers going to throw this one. Going to be a first down. And he's going to be caught, make a man miss. And he's going to finally be brought down. Joshua Askew with a great catch. Another outstanding catch from Joshua Askew.
Yeah, that's our guy, wide receiver 1, Joshua Askew. Able to create a lot of separation. Here we see a little comeback route. Myers puts it on a dime. Makes a couple people miss. Joshua Askew strikes again.
AC took some ankles right there. Whoop! And he was able to get that first down. Myers going to draw back to throw this one. He's going to throw this one downfield, but it's incomplete.
Man, he had a ton of time. Don't really know where that one was intended.
Yeah, maybe a potential Antonio Welch maybe potentially ran the wrong route, or maybe Cash Reef was supposed to run across field, but basically just in the middle of the field, no one was there. So now the Tigers going to have a 2nd and 10 here. Actually in pretty decent field position near the 35-yard line. So Tigers trying to get another score up on the board before halftime. Now Myers going to fake the pitch. He's actually going to stumble, and he's brought down. We've seen that a few times tonight. Myers slipping. As we said, it rained earlier today around noon, and it did stop, but...
Yeah, number 15, Desron Mobley, we see him right off the edge. Reads Myers really well, but yeah, Myers slipping a little bit. Mobley able to get him to the ground. There's Mobley again, getting the tackle for a loss from Moody.
So now the Tigers going to be faced with a 3rd and 10, just out of field goal range. So Tigers going to have to get a few more yards if they want to bring the special teams unit out. And it looks like it's going to be a quick timeout here as the Tigers trying to regroup after, that Casey Myers slip. The rain has really played a factor. Like we said earlier, the field might be a little wet, but really interested to see what Auburn can do. Maybe make it 28-0.
Yeah, Reese, so far I just really loved what I saw out of the Auburn offense. Casey Myers especially standing out from the passing game to the run game. I mean, his legs have really made a difference in this game. Rushed for almost 80 yards. Just a really great showing out of Casey Myers this first half, and hoping to finish off this drive here.
Yeah, and Casey Myers certainly used his legs a lot tonight. I mean, we've seen him use his legs more than he's really thrown the ball, and he's looked great doing it. I mean, he's had a few big runs, even the big touchdown run he had. He's just looked really good.
Just got to worry about those hits. Don't want him getting hit too much. Don't want any injuries for him.
So now 3rd and 10 after the timeout here. So the Tigers have regrouped. We'll see what they have drawn up on this 3rd and long. Looks like still a little bit of confusion, or maybe just waiting on the ref here.
Yeah, it might be something with the clock. We've seen this one before.
Yeah, the one game, I believe the Booker game, they had like we had a 30-minute delay for that game, and that really did hurt at the end of the game because Auburn was already up big and the clock just kind of was not moving. But it looks like everything is situated here, so it is going to be a 3rd and 10 for the Tigers. Myers going to drop back. He sees pressure and he's brought down. A huge hit from the Blue Devils.
There's Cam Mallory. We finally get to call his name, man. I mean, he got back there in a hurry and laid the hammer on Kason Myers. Stops this Auburn offense for the first time tonight, and Moody defense showing some life.
Yeah, great sack there, like you mentioned, from Cam Mallory. Just able to get in the backfield, get that pressure. Huge hit.
Yeah.
Brings him down.
Using the swim move to get past the Auburn offensive line and brings down Myers.
Yeah, you see Jaden Spinks was not able to cover that, but Auburn going to punt this one here. And it looks like going to take an Auburn bounce, but just not enough for the special teams unit to corral it up at the 1 or 2, so it's just going to go to the back of the end zone for a touchback. So Moody Blue Devils offense going to come back out now after a few drives, just haven't been able to produce. And James, what are you looking forward to seeing from the Blue Devils?
Yeah, I mean, still leaning on Meadows. That not big heads-up play last drive costed them, pushing them back into Auburn territory. But if they can lean on Meadows and Lowry can get comfortable in the pocket and deliver some good balls to Dozier like we've seen as of late, they can put some points on the board before halftime.
Yeah, now the Blue Devils deep in their own territory on a 1st and 10. Gonna check it. By the Tigers. It's gonna be returned for a touchdown. Aiden Parker with the pick 6.
Wow. Aiden Parker with the good hands play, man. Tipping the ball up in the air, grabbing it. Pick 6 Tigers. 27-0.
Yeah, the Tigers defense showed up last week, and they are already showing up again this week. Just a great interception. Just a little bit of a low throw right there from the Blue Devils and Lowry. And right there, Aiden Parker able to come up. Big hands just right there for the pick 6. So now the Tigers going to try to extend their lead and make it 28-0 here.
Man, right when you might have thought the momentum's changing. Big pick 6 from Aiden Parker.
It's going to be a fake play. And there's actually a flag, so it will be a pass interference. But Cooper Bailey, the holder, tried to lob pass that one to Hampton Jordan. Auburn trying to extend their lead a little bit, 29-0. I like the play call. If there wasn't a pass interference, Big Hampton Jordan probably would have been able to come up with that ball. See what the Tigers going to do here. Maybe another fake, or maybe just going to kick this extra point. Good snap, good hold, and it is up and through. So the Tigers extend their lead 28-0 after the Aiden Parker pick 6. I mean, just a great lead so far, and you can see on this replay.
Yeah, Parker 11, tipping it up in the air, able to bring it down. Touchdown Tigers. Aiden Parker, heads up play. The big linebacker, able to read the eyes of Lowry very well. This Tigers defense just showing up big these last couple of weeks.
Yeah, and defensive coordinator Coach Scott Goldsby, just a really well-minded defensive coordinator, has been able to do a lot for Auburn in his tenure here. And you see this Tigers defense just carrying all the momentum in this game so far. So now the Tigers special teams kickoff unit going to be back out there. Yet again, going to kick it away, hopefully another touchback. We've had a lot tonight. You see Daniel here kicking this one away, and it is not going to be returnable. So Moody going to come back out there once again after an interception, pick 6 from Aiden Parker, and that really kills your momentum. You were down by 3 scores, could have gotten back in the game if you would have scored before halftime, but now you're just really, down in the dumps after throwing that pick 6.
Yeah, one of my keys to the game for Moody was really to win the turnover battle, and they have not done that so far. Jake Lowry, 2 picks this half. Got to get that together if you really want to win this football game and rally back.
Yeah, and you're going to have to throw the ball deep, too, if you want to get back in this game, and especially against a good secondary that Auburn has. It's going to be hard to do that. And Lowry going to roll out to his right now. Try to throw this one deep, but it looks like it's going to maybe be incomplete. We'll see what the ref says there. But intended pass was to Elijah Rutledge, and it will be incomplete.
Yeah, just a low throw there. Some weird footing. Rolling out right is Lowry. Not the best ball. Should have put more on it. Incomplete pass, and this Moody offense continues to stutter.
And you can see a better angle here as you see the ball kind of just skips on the ground and Rutledge not able to come up with it. So the Blue Devils going to be faced with a 2nd and 10 here at the 20-yard line. See what the Blue Devils got in store. I mean, handoff to Meadows. Meadows going to go to the outside. Gets a few blocks, good blocks there. And he's going to be able to cut up the middle for a few yards. And big Carnell Jackson and Isaac Benford able to get some hands on there. You see Micah Bowerstock limping at the end of that play.
Yeah, Meadows a really big back. Just cutting up field. Just a little cut. Hits the hole really well. It's something out of nothing for this Moody offense.
Yeah, so now Moody going to have a 3rd and 3 here, 3rd and short, as they're going to try to move those chains just before halftime. 4 minutes to go here in the 2nd quarter. And in motion. Be another handoff to Meadows. Meadows going to get a big hole up the middle, and he will get that first down. And like you said, big back in Meadows, and he's able to get that first down and plow through some defenders.
Yeah, Meadows showing us why he's the Western Kentucky commit. Won't go down. Fighting through the Auburn linebackers. First down, Moody. Keep leaning on that run game.
Yeah, but if you're Moody, you really want to start passing the ball here because you're down 4 scores now. Really interested to see what Moody's got for the rest of this half. Now going to be another handoff to Meadows. Meadows going to get a big hole, but he's going to be brought down. Just a bunch of Tigers defenders. First man on there was Aiden Parker. Huge tackle.
Yeah, Aiden Parker again. This time on the run defense. Parker reading the eyes of Meadows, wrapping him up and bringing him down. Big tackle from the veteran linebacker, Aiden Parker.
Yeah, we've heard a lot of noise about this Moody offensive line, how they've been able to protect their quarterback the past few weeks, and their run game has been stellar, but so far this Auburn defensive line just able to move them out the way.
Yeah, also something I've noticed is Greg Williams hasn't been out there. You know, he ran that run play, but he hasn't been out there in a couple series.
Gonna roll out to the right. Lowry's gonna throw this one downfield, but it's just gonna be out of bounds there. And you saw Josiah Dozier did slip a little bit, but no flag called. It's gonna be a 3rd and 7 here for the Blue Devils. We'll see what Moody has in the playbook on this one. And Moody trying to draw up something to move these chains and possibly score before half. You want to get something on the board before halftime, or else this Auburn team will run away with it. It looks like it's going to be a run play, and he's going to be brought down. Just a great tackle there for the Tigers.
Yeah, Eli Scott wasn't touched. Came off the edge. See here, just like a heat-seeking missile on Meadows. Brings him down. Great tackle from the junior Eli Scott.
Yeah, comes off the edge there. Really fast edge rusher for the Tigers. So Moody will be going for the 4th down. Maybe we did see him earlier go for the 4th down, but it was a punt. So we'll see what the Rebels have here.
So they're taking a 2 minutes timeout.
And they're going to take a quick timeout here as they're going to try to regroup. But Auburn up 28-0. And James, what have you liked from the Tigers so far?
Man, this Tigers defense is just flexing on them right now. I mean, the depth they've shown. Eli Scott with the big tackle. Aiden Parker coming up with the tackles and the pick 6. B.J. McGee with the pick. Carnell Jackson getting back there for the tackle of a loss. This Auburn defense has really showed up to a really talented Moody offense and really shut them down and really just suffocated this offense.
Yeah, Moody trying to gain some momentum back, but they just haven't been able to with the way things have been. And, you know, it's really got to hurt if you're Moody, because coming in this game 4-1, should have played Auburn last year. The game got canceled, but trying to, you know, beat a 7A powerhouse who has had great seasons. Actually went 10-0 last year and then lost in the 2nd round of the playoffs to Thompson. So that would be a big win for your program, and especially your first time playing a 7A program as well. So Moody is going to stick to going for it here with 2:03 on the clock.
Yeah, this 4th and 4 looks for them to go to Josiah Dozier and Aubrey Walker. Dozier is Lowry's go-to guy. Definitely this 4th down threat. BJ McGee on him. The top of your screen. Kind of been on an island as of late, but McGee doing a really good job locking him down.
Yeah, like you said, 4th and 4 here, man in motion. They are going to go for it. It's going to be a check down route. It's going to be overthrown. So the Tigers will capitalize off that turnover on downs as Moody just cannot do anything so far in this game.
They were going to Dozier right here. Lowry had him. It looked like break off the break. Just a little too high. Got a hand on it, and man, doesn't look like the Moody offense is going to be able to get any points in this first half.
Yeah, and a great coverage there from BJ McGee and Graham Forfoffer. So the Tigers offense going to come back out there once again. Just under 2 minutes to play here as Kason Myers so far looked pretty good with his legs and his arm. And we'll see if the Tigers can do something just before the half. Going to be a little jet sweep to Joshua Askew. Going to make it few men miss, go up the middle, and he's going to still keep going. We'll see if he got the first down progress, but some great blocks from Tucker Albin and Trenton Pritchett.
Man, what a read from Kason Myers. He's got a linebacker staring him down, and boom, makes the read to give it to Askew. First down, Tigers. One more score before half.
Yeah, we'll see. But that, like you said, that's a really good play there. Askew got those blocks and was able to cut up field. Myers going to throw the screen pass here. Going to cut up field again as Askew. And that was 2nd and short, but now he will gain that first down progress. So a jet sweep and then a screen pass to Askew. So far, 2 plays have gone Askew's way. It looks like there is a flag in the backfield.
I think they might have got Antonio Welch with the holding. Oh.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be an illegal shift here on the Tigers. So going to back them up a little bit. And it's going to be a 2nd down again. We're going to replay that down. With 1:22 to go here in the 2nd quarter. Auburn trying to get another score on the board before half. Now Myers going to drop back here. Has pressure from behind. Going to step out of the pocket. He's going to just throw this one. Basically just throw it in front of him to Antonio Welch, but just threw it right to the ground.
Yeah, great awareness by Myers. Pocket collapsing. Able to get out of it. Takes his medicine. Incompletion. He's really grown into that. You know, early in the season, he would have tried to make a play out of that, maybe even thrown a turnover. But as of late, no interceptions the last 3 games. Hoping to keep that streak alive, but Myers really settling in.
Now going to be a 3rd and 6 here for the Tigers. Myers going to draw back to throw this one. Going to almost find a man. Levi Kelly was the intended receiver, but broken up there from number 2, Noah Hicks.
Yeah, Hicks the senior. That's the 2nd pass breakup we've seen from him. Dynamic guy out there. Don't want to throw it his way.
So the Tigers have a tough decision to make here. Will they bring the field goal unit out or will they keep the offense? Right now, looks like they're going to stick with the offense with 59 seconds to go here in the 2nd quarter. And we'll see what Coach Keith Etheridge has drawn up.
Yeah, with the way this defense is playing, I don't know why you wouldn't go for 4th down.
Myers going to drop back. Has pressure. Going to throw this one to a man wide open. It's going to be caught, and the helmet comes off. Joshua Askew with a great catch. And a little bit of extracurriculars after, but no penalty thrown.
Yeah, Askew once again just able to create separation. Myers gives it to him. A little low of a pass, but Askew makes the athletic play. First down, Tigers.
And like you said, great decision for the Tigers to go for it just before halftime. As the clock continues to run, and Myers going to have to just check this down.
Ooh.
And it's going to be brought down. Moody defense. They're going to continue to bring him down. Antonio Welch was the receiver that caught that ball, but you saw Barack Willis just bringing him down.
Yeah, Barack Willis was a great read. Antonio Welch just standing there on a little screen pass. Willis read it well and able to bring him down.
Looks like Moody going to call a quick timeout, but so far Auburn looking good, moving the ball downfield, going for it on 4th and 6. in this drive, trying to get one more score before half to make it 35-0. And we've just seen that. That's been a trend the past few weeks, that Auburn's been able to look really solid and score lots and lots of points before half.
Yeah, this Auburn offense is rolling. The passing game really is what we've seen from it. I mean, except for the run plays with Casey Myers, but it all starts with Casey Myers making the great reads, staying in the pocket, knowing when to throw it, knowing when to run it. Great job by him, just really leading this team well and put some more points on the board before this first half is over.
Yeah, we'll see what the Tigers can do with 28 seconds, maybe get a field goal or possibly a touchdown. We'll just have to see.
Yeah, the Tiger faithful out here strong this week, homecoming week.
Yeah, a lot of alumni in town for this game. Really good showing so far from the Tigers, hoping to continue. The Tigers going to be faced with, looks like a 2nd and 11 here. With about 28 seconds to go just before the half.
Top of your screen, Antonio Welch, Joshua Askew, Myers go-to guys.
See Welch in motion now. And Myers going to roll out. He's going to throw this one downfield to Cash Reef, and it looks like Auburn going to try to hurry this one up.
Myers pass complete to number 4, Cash Reef.
Stops the clock with first down, looks to clock it here.
It's going to be a spike from Auburn. Casey Myers able to spike it, but you see the clock still stuck at 28 seconds. But we'll see what's going to happen. With the clock issue possibly, so might take a minute for these officials to figure it out. It looks like they're not going to say anything about it. Still stuck at 28 seconds.
Cash Reef red zone threat, number 4.
And Myers going to throw this one up the middle to Askew. Askew going to make a 2-man miss, and he's going to be in for the touchdown. Askew almost steps out of bounds, but he gets in for the Tiger touchdown, and it is now 34-0 just before the half as the Tigers extend their lead yet again.
Man, we call his name again, Reese. Joshua Askew making things happen after the catch. Little dink and dunk play. Myers dumps it off to him. Askew shows off his speed. 6 points for the Tigers.
Yeah, great touchdown from the Tigers. If you leave Askew open with just a ton of room, he's going to be able to score. And the kick is up and through, so Joseph Daniels so far has been perfect on the night. Actually, it looks like it was no good. So it will be 34-0.
Yeah, you see here, Myers taking the pass, 7, comes across the tree, and Joshua Askew, green grass ahead of him, makes a couple man miss, dives into the end zone, Joshua Askew at it again.
Yeah, so just a little bit of time for Moody before the half, but you know, if you're Coach Gannis, you probably just want to kneel this one out and take it to halftime and, you know, regroup with your team. So we'll see the special teams unit come back out there yet again. And that was an 8-play, 37-yard drive from the Tigers. Great drive.
Yeah, sustained drive, able to chew some clock and play the clock game, you know, clocking, spiking the ball, and then getting that play off. This Auburn offense is rolling, looking better than ever.
So now Daniel's going to hopefully kick this one to the back of the end zone yet again. We've had so many tonight. And Daniel's going to kick this one away now. And it's just going to sail to the back of the end zone again. I mean, just no room to return this. We've had one return tonight so far for the Blue Devils, and that was because of the penalty enforced after the first touchdown. But we'll see what Coach Gannis' offense has going for him in this late drive in the second half, or in the first half. But really, I mean, not much you can do. Might as well just kneel it out, but we'll see.
Yeah, this Moody offense really hasn't even been able to get past the 50-yard line this whole game, whether it's penalties or this Auburn defense stepping up big. But Lowry with a rough first half, 2 interceptions, 1 pick 6.
Yeah, Lowry, a quick screen pass there, and Alex Gamston brings him down out of bounds.
Looks like that was Josiah Dozier again, their go-to guy. Little screen pass. If you're Moody, you definitely want to start taking shots down the field if you want to look to score before half.
They're going to be a second down here for the Blue Devils. And it looks like it will be halftime now as the Tigers are up 34-0 after 1 half of play. Great showing from Auburn offensively and defensively. But don't go away, folks. As we come back, we will have the second half action.
On behalf of Superintendent Rusty St. John, Principal Dr. Christopher Walters, and Band Director Ethan Owens, we proudly present the Moody High School Blue Devils Marching Band. Auxiliary captains are Lindsay Farley, Emma Hutchins, and Chandler Rivers. Auxiliary sponsor is Brittany Halfcox. Majorette choreographer is Aaliyah Long. Dance line choreographer is Elise Roberts, and guard choreographer is Kirsten Pritchard. Tonight, the Blue Devil Band will perform their 2025 production, The Phoenix. Musical selections include The Phoenix by Fall Out Boy, Viva La Vida by Coldplay, and Uprising by Muse. Drum major, Alexa McCabe. Is your band ready? Ladies and gentlemen, the Moody High School Blue Devils Marching Band. Blue Devils band. Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Auburn High School Homecoming Festivities 2025. Now presenting the 2025 Auburn High School Homecoming Court. Sophomore Representative Spencer Adams, daughter of Glenn and Jennifer Adams, escorted by her father Glenn. Spencer is a member of FCCLA, Project Outreach, and Key Club. In her free time, she enjoys golf, yoga, and volunteering at Church of the Highlands. Sophomore Representative Noelle Myers, daughter of Casey and Kimberly Myers, escorted by her father Casey. Noelle is a member of the AHS Marching Band Drumline, Key Club, and is the sophomore class Student Council President. In her free time, she enjoys managing the marching band social media accounts and spending time at the lake with family. Sophomore Representative Reagan Schneider, daughter of Steve and Jill Schneider, escorted by her father Steve. Reagan is a member of the Auburn High School cheer team, Spanish Club, and Project Outreach. In her free time, she enjoys spending time with friends, tumbling, and doing hair. Sophomore Representative Mally Wilson, daughter of Trent and Mallory Wilson, escorted by her father Trent. Mally is a member of the Auburn High School varsity cheer team and FCCLA. In her free time, she enjoys spending time with friends, baking, playing pickleball, and volunteering at Church of the Highlands. Junior Representative CJ Clark, daughter of Justin and Lisa Clark, escorted by her father Justin. CJ is a member of the Auburn High School cheer team, Spanish Club, and Project Outreach. In her free time, she enjoys spending time with family and friends, hunting, and tumbling. Junior Representative Olivia Simmons, daughter of Kendall and Celesta Simmons, escorted by her grandmother, Mary Henry. Olivia is a member of the Auburn High School flag football and basketball teams and the youth engagement program. In her free time, she enjoys spending time with family and friends and baking. Junior Representative Jenna Stanley, daughter of Jonathan and Natalie Stanley, escorted by her father Jonathan. Jenna is a member of the Auburn High School varsity cheer team and Project Outreach. In her free time, she enjoys spending time with family and friends, playing pickleball, and traveling. Junior Representative B.B. Wilson, daughter of Brad and Allie Wilson, escorted by her grandfather, Ted Wilson. B.B. is a member of the Auburn High School varsity cheer team, Key Club, and Spanish Club. In her free time, she enjoys photography, baking, and volunteering at church. Senior Representative Mally Tate Hatchett, daughter of Gilder and Collie Hatchett, escorted by John Lindley. Mally Tate is a member of the Key Club and Young Life. In her free time, she enjoys playing tennis, water sports, and reading. In the future, Mally Tate plans to intern for Surfing the Nations in Oahu, Hawaii. Senior Representative Jamie Johnson, the daughter of Jeffrey and Kim Johnson, escorted by her father Jeffrey. Jamie is a member of the Auburn High School varsity cheer team, Tiger Ambassadors, and HOSA. In her free time, she enjoys spending time with family and friends, tumbling, and traveling. In the future, Jamie plans to attend the University of Alabama to pursue a career as a nurse practitioner. Senior Representative Francie Powell, daughter of Kyle and Ashley Powell, escorted by her father Kyle. Francie is a member of FCS, volunteers with Tiger Mochas, and is the president of FCCLA. In her free time, she enjoys spending time with family and friends, traveling, and reading. In the future, Francie plans to attend Auburn University and major in exercise science. Senior Representative Hope Richard, daughter of Mark and Tracy Richard, escorted by her father Mark. Hope is a member of Spanish Club and Young Life. In her free time, she enjoys golfing, playing pickleball, and reading. In the future, Hope plans to attend either Auburn University or the University of Alabama and major in marketing. Senior Representative Stella Rogers, daughter of Braden and Lauren Rogers, escorted by her father Braden. Stella is a member of Student Council, Auburn High School varsity cheer team, and is the senior class president. In her free time, she enjoys going to community group, nannying, and wake surfing at Lake Martin. In the future, Stella plans to attend either Auburn University or the University of Mississippi and major in psychology. And now, the presentation of the 2025 Homecoming Queen. Please welcome to the field Auburn High School Principal Dr. Gregory Moore and the 2024 Homecoming Queen, Tanila Ka. Your 2025 Auburn High School Homecoming Queen is Miss Stella Rogers. give it up one more time for your 2025 Auburn High School homecoming queen, Miss Stella Rogers, and the entire 2025 homecoming court for Auburn High School.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to some second half action between the Auburn Tigers and the Moody Blue Devils. Auburn up 34-0 to start the second half. James, what did you like from the Tigers in that first half?
Yeah, Reese, really, the Auburn Tigers just hit on all cylinders that first half. Kason Myers showing us his legs with the big run, also with the passing touchdown. Really loving what I'm seeing out of Auburn from the defensive side of the ball. From Moody, just really struggling right now on offense from the penalties, shooting themselves in the foot. 30 yards in penalties, Moody this first half. We're going to turn that around, get them to their big play guys. For Auburn, just carrying that momentum from the first half.
And a kick here for Moody. They're going to kick that one away to the back of the end zone. So Auburn's offense going to start off here in the second half, as I believe we will see Kason Myers. Don't know yet. Maybe Crossland come in. Crossland did come in last week for the Tigers through a touchdown pass. But really interested to see what Coach Etheridge does here to start this second half.
Looks like we're still going to have the ones in there. Could definitely see Crossland later in this game, but as of right now, Kason Myers still leading them out there. Kason Myers done a little bit of everything, hasn't turned the ball over, thrown for 2, rushed for 1. Really great first half. Hoping to carry that in as Jalen Huff gets the carry.
He's going to be brought down by a ton of Moody defenders there and goes nowhere. And Auburn, you know, trying to improve to 5-1 on the season. And Moody also trying to improve to 5-1 on the season. Both teams coming to this matchup. And Coach Etheridge is familiar with Moody, as he used to be rivals of Moody at Leeds High School, where he won 4 state championships.
Yeah, maybe some bad blood still brewing. Coach Keith still holding on to that a little bit. But head coach for the Auburn Tigers working out well right now, 34-0.
And Myers, Myers going to go up the middle. He's going to make a few minute miss, and he's going to be finally brought down. Looks like he will get the first down, and a great way to use your legs again.
I mean, my goodness, just so shifty. I mean, we thought we've seen everything from Kason Myers. He proves us again. Henry Smith coming off the edge. Nobody touched him. Myers puts his foot in the ground. Upfield, great move by Kason Myers.
Yeah, we were talking at the break, James, how Kason Myers has just shown so much poise coming from a new school in Pike Road, where he's a junior this year and still has another year to develop under his belt. Myers going to draw back to throw this one, going to throw it right up the middle, and it's going to be caught. Going to make a few minute miss, but he's finally going to go down. Antonio Welch with a great catch there, but just slips in the grass.
Yeah, great find from Myers there. Right there in the middle of the field, Welch is wide open. Great pass from this Auburn offense. Leads to 2nd and 2.
So 2nd and short here for the Tigers. You see Jalen Huff going to be in the receiver position now. Auburn trying to get Moody to jump possibly that last play, but couldn't get him. Now Tigers trying to regroup here as the clock might be about to expire. Auburn trying to get it off, and now Welch going to get the jet sweep. Welch to the outside. Welch going to make a few minute miss. Welch still going, and he's finally out of bounds. About the 45-yard line, and Welch got some words to say after that. See a lot of the players jawing.
Yeah, what a read by Myers again. I mean, just perfecting this read option. Looking at the eyes of the linebackers, giving it to Welch, let him do his thing, gets outside the hash, and another great block from Joshua Askew. You see here, Welch in motion. Myers giving it to him. And then right here, number 7, Askew, great block, leading him out of bounds. This Auburn team just rolling right now.
And in motion is Welch yet again. And Myers going to throw this one. Myers just going to throw it deep, and it's caught by Cash Reef, just out of his reach. I wonder if there's a little bit of hold there, but no flag.
Man, he had Cash Reef for 6 right there.
So now the Tigers going to have a 2nd and 10 here after that last incompletion. Great throw from Myers, but just a little bit out of the reach from Reef.
Yeah, you know, the story coming into this game was how will Moody's defensive line affect Auburn? And as of late, this Auburn offensive line has just stepped up big. I mean, giving Kason Myers so much time in the pocket, able to deliver good balls. And right there we see Jalen Huff hitting a hole and getting a couple yards. But this Auburn offensive line has really stood out to me today.
Yeah, and I know obviously big shoes to fill from last year with Omar Mapson at running back, and you have Jalen Huff and Jaden King obviously coming in this year, filling in those roles. And we've seen them perform pretty well, been able to pick up, yards and yards as they've gone, and they've been able to score lots of touchdowns, honestly, this year.
Yeah.
More than expected. Obviously, you can't fill the shoes of Omar Mapson, but you see big tackle, big sack right there from the Blue Devils.
Yeah, Marshall Tefillo got that back there really quick, wrapped up Myers for the sack. Second one of the night for the Blue Devils.
And it looks like the Tigers just going to bring out the special teams unit here. But yeah, like I was saying, I mean, obviously big shoes to fill, but we've seen the Tigers' run game really do well with this offensive line this year. They've been able to adjust as weeks have gone by. And then Casey Myers as well has just been, outstanding.
Yeah, Jalen Huff, the starting running back coming into the year, struggled a little early. Jaden King then comes in. It's been really dynamic, injured, but Jalen Huff stepping up this game. Maybe could have two running back rooms. We have a dynamic running back room. Always have somebody to go to, but Auburn really flexing its depth.
Yeah, now we're going to see the Auburn defense come back out there again, and the first half was great for the Auburn defense. Aiden Parker capped off the first half with that pick six and just was looking really good.
Yeah, this Auburn defense is so resilient. As we hit on earlier, Scott Gouldsby, you know what he always brings, a resilient, tough defense, and that's what they've showed us so far this season and this game so far with the 2 picks, and as you mentioned, the Aiden Parker pick 6.
A quick screen pass. They're going to make a few men miss. He's finally going to be brought down by B.J. McGee. Great wrap up there from B.J. McGee. He's able to catch that ball for a few yards, almost a first down. Rutledge. You see Rutledge here just takes that screen pass, gets a few good blocks from his offensive line and receivers, and just able to get maybe about 6 or 7 yards.
Yeah, Lowry getting the ball out quick. Dynamic receiver. You'd like to see that out of Lowry.
Man in motion now.
There it is again, coming back. False start penalty once again.
Yeah, and we've seen this so much tonight. It's just been, astonishing that Moody's been able to get this many false start penalties. I really thought they were well put together. And you can see that obviously this is just hurting Moody as they continue to go back, and another false start penalty kills this drive.
Yeah, that is 35 total yards of penalties on this Moody offensive line. I mean, just absolutely draining for this offense. It's very frustrating.
It's now going to be a 2nd and 6 here. It was a 2nd and 1. Going to be another screen pass. Going to cut upfield. B.J. McGee is there yet again. I mean, just another good tackle from that senior corner.
Yeah, B.J. McGee all over the field, wrapping up these tackles. You see here, reading the eyes of the quarterback, little slip screen. McGee darts in. Great tackle, B.J. McGee.
Yeah, so now going to be a 3rd and short for the Blue Devils. See what they got. And so far tonight, the Blue Devils have not been able to move the ball downfield. And if you're Coach Gannis, you kind of want to get going now. I mean, you're down 34-0, but nothing says a comeback can't happen. So now Lowry going to throw this one. It's just going to be incomplete. Looks like he might have threw that behind his receiver.
Yeah, Jake Lowry with not the best ball there. You got to lead your receiver. It's a couple yards behind him, but see here, Lowry hasn't really found his groove yet. Some pressure in his face, just way behind his receiver there.
Yeah, and you could take a risk there of it being an interception because you never know. Somebody could be back there as a spy or something, and there could have been an interception at the end of that play. But lucky for Moody, they still get another chance here. Looks like they will go for a 4th and 3, so this is big if the Tigers want to get a stop, but it does look like they will end up punting this one away. And Lowry's just going to punt this away. We've seen that twice tonight already. Going to take a good Moody bounce, going to continue to roll. And it's a really good bounce here.
Oh, man.
And you see some shoving. B.J. McGee has some words.
The kick travels to the 32-yard line.
Yeah, as we mentioned earlier, some bad blood between these coaches. B.J. McGee getting into it a little bit.
Yeah, we've seen that a lot tonight. Good thing we haven't seen any fights or anything like that, but so far a lot of jawing has been, a lot of words back and forth between these two teams.
Hey, sometimes you like to see the competitiveness come out from this Auburn Tigers team.
Yeah, and obviously Coach Etheridge has been familiar with this team. Won a state championship with Leeds in 2008, 2010, 2014, and 2015, and he faced Moody plenty of times during his tenure there. So we'll see Casey Myers in this Tigers offense yet again come back out there on the field. Going to be a handoff to Jalen Huff. Huff going to make a few men miss, and looks like he'll pick up a yard or two. So far tonight, I haven't seen Huff use his legs a lot, but we've seen Casey Myers sure use his legs a lot. Kind of showing flashes of Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Lenore Sellers.
Yeah, big quarterback, dual threat. I mean, can run and pass, as we have seen. Just really elusive, but.
Going to roll out here. Going to find a man. Antonio Welch catches that one, makes a man miss, makes another man miss. And he is just going to come down near the 50-yard line. Great moves there from Antonio Welch.
Man, Welch looking like a human joystick out there, getting the ball to him, making two people miss. See Myers rolling out right, giving it to Welch. 1, 2. Woo-wee. Welch making people look silly out there.
Yeah, Myers just been able to set his feet, also roll out, and just make some great throws tonight. So now the Tigers going to be set up with a 1st and 10 just behind midfield. Now going to hand this one off to Huff, and Huff is going nowhere. That Moody defense just right on him right there, and a great tackle for loss.
Yeah, not the best read from Case in there. Should have kept that one. Had Greengrass ahead of him, but great job by the Moody defensive line getting back there and swallowing up Jalen Huff.
Jaden Huff on the carry for the Tigers.
So now the Tigers going to be faced with a 2nd and, I guess you could say, long here.
Yeah.
After that loss of yards. So 2nd and 13 for the Tigers. Man in motion. And Myers going to just throw this one up to the middle to a wide open receiver to Askew. He gets some blocks, and Askew's going to get the first down. Like we said, fastest receiver on the team, and Askew picks up that first down.
Yeah, we've seen it a lot this season. Get the ball in the hands of Joshua Askew. Just a little dump pass. Great block by Cash Reef. Give him a couple extra yards, and first down, Tigers. In wide open middle of the field. Wide open. Felt the blitz. Great pass by Casey Myers.
So Tigers going to move those chains up, getting in Moody territory, and Myers going to roll out. Can't find anybody open. Finally does, and it's Antonio Welch. Tony Welch makes a few men miss, and he makes another man miss. Looks like a Sammy Coates type of stiff arm there, and he's finally going to be brought down. Takes the whole Moody defense with him, and Welch looks like helmet comes off, but looks like he's going to be okay. So Welch going to have to come out of play, but some great moves there by Antonio Welch. And you see right here on this replay, just a Sammy Coates stiff arm, like, get off of me. He's going to make a few men miss. So the Tigers set up with some great field position here, just behind the 20-yard line at the 21. Man in motion again. Myers just going to run this one himself. He's going to get a few blocks, and he's finally going to be brought down. Picks up a few yards.
Big Henry Smith on the tackle. Calls his name a couple times tonight. Really good off the edge, able to bring Myers down and hold him on that first down.
Now the Tigers going to have a 2nd and 7 here. Another man in motion. Gonna hand this one off to Huff. Huff gonna go up the middle, and he's gonna keep going. He's still going. He's finally gonna be whistled down. Looks like he's gonna get the first down on that one.
Number 0, Jaden Huff on the carry. Tackle made by number 22, Jagger Lodoff.
So it's gonna be a 3rd and 1. Did not pick up forward progress there on the first down, so they will mark him short. So Tigers face with a 3rd and medium here. It's going to be a fake handoff here. Myers going to go up the middle. Myers going to make a few men miss. He's finally brought down, and it's going to be a 1st and goal for the Tigers as they move the chains.
Yeah, great read by Myers, just straight up the gun. Great blocks from this Auburn offensive line. Tucker Albin out there leading this Auburn Tigers offense. It's just closer to another score.
Yeah, Myers keeps using his legs tonight, and like you said earlier, you don't want to see him get hurt, but I mean, he's just tough.
Yeah, gritty kid.
It's not going to be a 1st and goal from the 4-yard line here for the Tigers, trying to extend their lead. Another man in motion. Going to hand this one off to Huff. Huff going to go to the outside. Huff going to try to get in the end zone, but he is brought down. Great tackle there from the Blue Devils.
Yeah, Caden Cofield tracked down Jalen Huff. On an outside zone run. Huff just couldn't beat him around the edge. Cofield with a great tackle. Prevent the Tigers from scoring.
Now going to be a 2nd and goal from the 3. He did pick up a yard there, but just could not get it in the end zone. You see the Tigers have kind of used most of this 3rd quarter to try to score. And Myers going to throw this one to Huff. Huff's going to try to get to the end zone, and it looks like he's going to be stopped. You see Huff obviously frustrated there. He would have scored, but let's see what the signal was. Maybe a false start. Yeah, it was a false start there early. It looked like possibly maybe Joshua Askew or Corey Jackson might have moved early. So the Tigers will back this one up. Tough there for Jalen Huff. He would have scored that touchdown. He had basically all the room there, and he would have been in the corner of the end zone, so it could have extended the Tigers' lead, but the penalty hurts, and we'll see what the Tigers have on 2nd and goal from the 8-yard line.
I think if you're Coach Etheridge or Kason Myers, you got to reward Antonio Welch's drive. Really carried us down the field. I think we'll try to get the ball to him here. Tack on 6 more.
Corey Jackson in motion now. Looks like going to be a little bit of stoppage here, maybe a timeout from Auburn. And Auburn called that timeout, you know, obviously frustrated Coach Etheridge with that penalty, wanted to score on that play, but so far Auburn looked good in this drive. Like I said, been able to run out a lot of the clock in this 3rd quarter. And I think that's what, if you're Coach Etheridge, you want to do. You're up 34. Maybe you want to score a few more times, but you also kind of just want to get out of here and get a homecoming night win.
Yeah, just a long, sustaining drive for Auburn. I mean, this Moody defense has got to be worn slam out. They've been on the field what it feels like the whole entire game. This Auburn offense just taking the breath out of them here and hoping to put the exclamation point on this game.
And now it's coming back onto the field for the Tigers. Hopefully Auburn can score. You know, Auburn trying to continue what they've done so far today. They've scored on basically every drive, only punted on one. So now Tigers going to reset here after that timeout on 2nd and goal from the 8-yard line. And like you said, like to see Antonio Welch on this play.
Yeah, we got 2 tight ends in.
And Myers going to roll out to the right. Going to try to find a man open. And it's going to be caught by Antonio Welch. Fumbled in the end zone. But they are going to rule it a touchdown. So Antonio Welch does get the touchdown after the late hit. But I believe maybe they're calling that Joshua Askew might have recovered it. But it still is a Tigers touchdown. And Antonio Welch, I guess you could say, scored that one. And the Tigers extend their lead.
Yeah, Welch right here. 5. Myers rolls out right. Wide open Welch. Big hit. Able to get the ball past the plane. Touchdown Tigers. Great drive from Antonio Welch, really leading his team down the field. And Kason Myers, another passing touchdown. This Auburn Tigers offense really showing no flaws so far in this game.
Great so far. And then see Joseph Daniel puts that one up and through. So the Tigers extend their lead 41-0. And now Auburn just looking like this game's just going to go out of reach for Moody. And that was a 10-play, 68-yard drive for the Tigers.
Yeah, as we said, that drive was just really suffocating for that Moody defense. Took so much time off the clock. Great drive from the Auburn Tigers offense. And we'll see if this Moody offense can come out here and maybe just put some points on the board for some momentum heading into the next couple of weeks.
Well, if you look at it, too, early on in the game, Auburn did that hurry-up offense the first drive of the game, and I really feel like that hurt Moody because Moody had to bring in subs. A lot of players were tired, and then that's where you get Auburn just easily scoring. Casey Myers able to throw those balls downfield because your DBs are worn out and can't catch a guy like Joshua Askew or Antonio Welch or Cash Reef.
Yeah, that definitely felt like a game plan coming in here for Coach Etheridge. Great game plan. That hurry-up offense has really worked well, and as we said, this Tigers offense just showing no flaws and carrying that momentum from these past couple of weeks.
And that one's going to sail to the back of the end zone. So the Tigers defense coming out once again as it's now 41-0. So Auburn just trying to, I guess, force another shutout. That'd be back-to-back weeks with a shutout for the Tigers, and really trying to do that here tonight as the Blue Devils offense has not been good at all tonight.
Yeah, Reese, Coach Etheridge keeping the ones in defense out here. You got to wonder maybe this is a little bit of bad blood, wanting to shut out his old rival, but hoping this Auburn defense keeps doing what they do best.
Yeah, and looking ahead on the schedule, Auburn has Central next week. Central playing IMG Academy right now. They are trailing currently, but this Red Devils team's still a pretty good team. Gonna be a handoff here to Meadows, and Meadows gonna get a stiff arm.
Cool.
Looks like Cam Creighton got stiff arm there, but the Tigers defense, Colin King, the first one to get him. So that's a loss of yards there for the Blue Devils. Give me a second down, and it looks like maybe 13 or 14.
Yeah, I don't really like Meadows on these outside runs. It seems like every single time this Auburn defense has been here, maybe try to run him a little inside. That's where more of the holes have been for him.
Yeah, and especially earlier, that one where he ran all the way back almost to the end zone. And Lowry here going to just throw a screen pass yet again. Going to make a few men miss. And he almost gets first down. Looks like he will get forward progress. We'll see what the official signal is.
Yeah, there's Dozier. It looked like a little pick play from Aubrey Walker, delaying the defender by half a second here. Opening up Dozier. A little screen pass. First down. Great play call. Blue Devils.
Yeah, that's some good momentum there. At least there wasn't a penalty on that play because we've seen a lot of them tonight for the Blue Devils, and that's really hurt their drives. But as you see, they get that first down. So now Lowry going to hand this one off to Meadows. He is brought down. It's a huge tackle there.
Eli Scott again. That's the second time we've seen him get in the backfield really quick. As I said earlier, a heat-seeking missile. I mean, just gets back there really quick, knows where the ball is. 27, Eli Scott wrapping up Meadows for the tackle for a loss, his second of the game. Eli Scott just really showing out, the junior.
Yeah, great tackle there from Eli Scott.
Really quick off the edge, kind of like a Keldrick Folk.
Yeah, but that is going to do it for the third quarter of play. Auburn gets one touchdown in the third quarter. We will go to the fourth quarter now. Auburn up 41-0. But James, what did you like in that third quarter?
Yeah, Reese, I really love that sustaining drive with Antonio Welch capping it off. You know, we drained a lot of clock from there. Casey Myers was able to deliver some great balls to Antonio Welch. And Antonio Welch, the little human joystick with the stiff arm, the making people miss. Really shifty dude. Really love this Auburn offense and how they're rolling right now and leading us maybe to our fifth win.
Yeah, and you know, Coach Etheridge has been used to that these past few years he's been at Auburn. He's just shined as the head coach for the Auburn Tigers and just looking really solid this year.
Yeah, a little update on this IMG Central game is the third quarter. IMG is leading Central 42-7 right now.
Yeah.
Not looking too good for the Red Devils right now, who we've got next week.
And IMG, I mean, they're no cupcake. I mean, they're a really good team down there in Bradenton, Florida.
Yeah, and then Opelika, the third quarter, trailing Pike Road 17-22.
And Opelika, we did beat them a few weeks ago in Opelika, and that was a huge win. I feel like that carried our momentum to where we are right now. Now Lowry going to just throw this one a screen pass, a little bit behind him, but the Tigers defense is right there again. And I mean, you're not getting out of the grasp of Aiden Parker or Isaac Benford.
Aiden Parker with the legacy game, it looks like. I mean, he's been everywhere. Greg Williams goes down. You see 11. Aiden Parker here, kind of hard to miss. Gets back there, reads it very well. Another tackle for him, got the pick six earlier. Aiden Parker, the senior leader.
Yeah, that throw was a little bit behind the receiver there, and that's why Parker was able to get there.
Yeah, we've seen that from Lowry a lot today, just kind of missing his receivers and running backs.
And Lowry's going to throw this one deep, but it's going to be intercepted again. Oh, it's actually going to be, I don't know if they're going to rule that incomplete. It looks like they will rule it a fumble, and Auburn gets that interception / fumble, and it is a turnover again. And Moody, I mean, just it's at this point, it's just really bad for Lowry and this Moody offense.
Man, don't really know what Lowry saw there. Safety deep with the DB, double coverage, overthrew him. BJ McGee with another interception, second on the night. I don't know. They might overturn that. But as of right now, another interception for BJ McGee, and this Tigers defense has been nothing short of spectacular so far.
Yeah, luckily Graham Forthoffer was able to jump on top of that one. Or Moody would have probably been able to return that maybe for a touchdown if nobody realized it was a fumble. So it's like Cross Land is going to be out there for the Tigers, the second string quarterback. Last week, 5 for 8, 56 yards and a touchdown versus Jag, and Land going to take this one himself and run. And he's going to be brought down, huge hit, but it looks like there is a late flag coming in the backfield.
Yeah, big Henry Smith, another tackle for a loss. Big hit on the backup quarterback, Cross Land.
Number 11, Cross Land on the carry.
Let's see what the penalty is here. See what the head official has on the call, and it looks like it will be a holding call. That'll move the Tigers back, but you really see that first play from Cross Land, able to run it, but just gets basically trucked in the backfield.
Yeah, as you see right here against Jag, 5 for 6, 56 yards and a touchdown. It's really first time we really got to see him truly in action for a long period of time. Looked really good, sustained, good drives. Big touchdown pass.
And now Land gonna pitch this one to Huff, and Huff gonna make a few men miss, and he's gonna be brought down. Looks like he got a few yards on that one.
Yeah, nice little speed option. Good read by Land. Giving it to Huff. Sets up field, shows the speed. Sets up a 2nd and 15 for the Tigers.
Yeah, you see BJ Collins at the bottom of your screen. He had a 74-yard touchdown last week against Jag, and honestly, if I'm Cross Land, I'm going to be looking for him on this play.
Yeah, BJ, one of those young dynamic receivers, junior. Had that big touchdown, got breakaway speed, but yeah, definitely one of his big targets.
Yeah, huge tackle for loss there as Ben Walker just not able to. Oh, it looks like Cross Land kind of faked me out there, but
yeah,
Cross Land did run it.
Yeah, that defensive line was back there in a hurry. Left Cross Land with a really tough decision. He pulled it, but still got that big sack. This Moody defense showing up right now, but might be a little bit too late.
Yeah, just about 10 minutes to go here in this fourth quarter. And Auburn trying to score again, but Moody making a stand here with 3rd and 18. And Land going to draw back to throw this one. He's going to throw this one deep, actually. And it's going to be caught. Actually, incomplete. Incomplete there. Ben Walker looked like he caught it, but it looks like dropped it at the end.
Yeah, it was a little high, a little behind him. Tough catch, but Tigers look to punt for the 3rd time today, which is great. Shows how dominant the offense has been this game.
Yeah, last week I don't believe the punt unit came out against the Jaguars. So far, Joseph Daniel hasn't had to go out there too many times to punt.
Oh.
Looks like a little bit of trouble there. Cross Land moved a little bit, but still a good punt. That one's going to take a good Auburn bounce. Going to continue to roll.
Great punt.
Yeah, great punt there. Looks like about the 10-yard line, maybe the 9. Looks like they'll mark it down at the 9-yard line. So great punt from Joseph Daniel, as it could have been disastrous, but it was not. Good job by the special teams unit. Now Auburn's defense going to come back out there once again. And also Moody's offense. Moody, just hasn't looked good at all. The interception last drive. And BJ McGee was able to get another interception. His 2nd tonight.
Joseph Daniels' punt travels to the 9-yard line.
Looks like a little bit of trouble now with, some confusion over there on the sideline from Moody, trying to get a playoff. But just about 9 minutes to go here in this game. Auburn up 41-0. If you're Moody, you want to just try to get on the board, maybe get some momentum started for next week.
Yeah, but if you're Auburn, you really want to hold this shutout for the second straight week. That'd be huge.
Now going to be a handoff here right up the middle. Going to get a few yards. Bunch of Tigers defenders on him. So now going to be faced with a second down here is the Blue Devils.
Tackle made by number 5, Carter Chambling.
It's 2nd and 6 here for the Blue Devils with 9 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. Another handoff. Gonna find a little bit of a hole, and he's just gonna get a first down there. Big Quinn Eccles with the tackle.
Number 8, Kevin James on the carry. Tackle by number 67, Quinn Eccles. First down.
Going to be a first down. Looks like from about the 23-yard line here. Moody trying to continue to move this ball, as obviously nothing left in the tank to try to win this game. Just going to try to get some momentum for next week.
Wow. Swallowed up in the backfield. Great job by this Auburn defense, just showing the depth. In these kind of games, you get the second and third strings kind of rotating in there, and they're doing a great job stopping this Moody team and hopefully earning another shutout.
And now going to be 2nd and 10 here. No yards picked up on that carry. Moody just continuing to let this clock run. I guess Coach Gannis just going to run the ball. And now we're going to fake the handoff. Going to do a little screen pass here. Throws a little high, but still got it off. And he's finally out of bounds. Just a little bit before the 30-yard line.
Yeah, great job by Logan Sirico getting back there, making a great play and forcing him out of bounds.
As Rutledge that came up with the catch. We've heard his name a few times tonight. Made a few good catches. And honestly, James, going into next week, what is next for this Auburn team? Playing a Central team who probably will be coming off a loss to IMG Academy. But what is next? As next week they will play a home game against Central.
Yeah, this Central team definitely, how it's shaping up right now, is probably going to be coming off a loss. They're going to be looking to draw blood. But if this Auburn team just keeps doing what they're doing right now, man, they're hard to beat. This defense clicking on all cylinders, looking for their second straight shutout. They're going to be going against a really dynamic Central team, and Bobby Coleman back there, and some dynamic receivers and a really good offense. This defense also really led by Patrick Nix, But this Central team, they're not going to be an easy one, but this Auburn team is definitely set for the challenge, and it'll be a really interesting game next week, Reese.
Yeah, certainly. I'm excited for that one next week. But here's a handoff here. I'm going to make a few men miss.
Oh.
50 to the 40, to the 30, to the 20, to the 10, to the end zone. It's going to be a touchdown for the Blue Devils. Kevin James with the touchdown.
Number 8, Kevin James, on the run for a touchdown.
And just as we were about to go to sleep there, you saw Moody was able to get that touchdown right there. Kevin James found a hole, and he was gone.
Yeah, great run, great blocks, setting him up. Was able to get down the field in a hurry. And Moody gets on the board late.
Yeah, great run there from Kevin James, just able to find those holes. Get a touchdown for the Blue Devils, and that kick is up and through. So Moody finally gets on the board here late in the fourth quarter, and Auburn still leads this one 41-7. And great job by the Blue Devils to score.
Yeah, just trying to look for that, carrying that momentum, kind of spoiling Auburn's shutout, looking for their second straight. But if you're this Auburn defense, still hold your heads high, man. You played great today. Held Moody the whole game except for the fourth quarter. Just let off that one big run, but yeah, this Auburn team just really playing well. Yeah, Kevin James with a 66-yard touchdown run right there.
Yeah.
Ran outside his blockers, followed the guards out there, pulled the guards.
Yeah, but like we were mentioning earlier, for this Auburn team, going to play Central next week and then Smith Station the week after, and then they come back home for senior night against Carver Montgomery, and then they play Dothan to finish off the season. Tough schedule. 3 of those teams right now are really high in the division standings or in the region standings, and look like it could potentially be a fight for the end or till the end for this Tigers team.
Yeah, you can't sleep on any of these divisional games. You know, fighting for the playoff spots and the rankings, but Central next week's going to be a tough one. Carver's going to be a tough one. Smith Station always plays us pretty hard. We'll definitely be favored in that game against Smith Station, but this Auburn team looking really strong right now.
And that one's just going to go to the back of the end zone for the Blue Devils. So Auburn's offense going to come back out there again. Crossland still in at quarterback with 6:29 here. If you're Coach Etheridge, honestly, you're probably just going to run the ball and just let the clock run out. But honestly, James, what is next for this Moody team? Because I know we're probably going to see this Moody team in state. It's just, I mean, they're too good. They're always good. Moody made it last year. I believe they made it the year before. And what's next for this Moody team?
Yeah, Reese, it starts with the little things like the stupid penalties they get on their offensive line. I mean, that really stopped a lot of their drives, and most of their momentum just shifted to our side. Jake Lowry's got to put more spin on that ball, you know, put it in those tight corner kind of spots. Get it to Josiah Dozier and Walker more often. And then Cameron Meadows, you know, he's really just got to see the hole and hit it. You know, sometimes I feel like he's cutting up a little bit too much, trying to make something out of nothing. But this Moody team's got a lot ahead of them, and like you said, we'll definitely be seeing them in the 5A state championships. Great team, hard-fought team. This defense struggling, but it's a really good Auburn offense.
And that last carry by Caleb Thomas, and here's another one. Caleb Thomas is going to get the first down. But like we said, I mean, Moody, this shouldn't hurt them in their ranking. They're number 2 in 5A. I don't really think it'll hurt them. This is a non-region game. And obviously, great that they came to play a team like Auburn so they know what they're up against, you know, potentially playing teams in the future like this. And I know Coach Gannis, a great coach, and I feel like he'll be able to create a game plan for Moody to finish out the season and finish strong.
Yeah, dynamic offensive coach. Like all the little screenplays and options they run, weren't able to really successfully run them this game, but we've definitely seen them in the past, and we'll see them in the future to their dynamic playmakers. And there's a flag.
Yeah, it looks like maybe some movement on the line here for the Tigers, and it will be a false start as the Tigers will just move back 5 yards. And you see Crossland not too happy with that, but you know, late in this game, you're kind of just going through the motions, which honestly you don't want that to happen because you want to be prepared at all the time for anything that can happen. Obviously, Moody earlier scored, but you just want to be prepared. It's gonna be a second, or it looks like it's gonna be a 1st and 15 now for the Blue Devils. Two men in motion here. Gonna be another handoff to Thomas, and Thomas just gonna get upended by that whole entire Moody defensive line. And Auburn, honestly, right now in a great position. Obviously, this isn't a region game, so they won't go anywhere in the region, but they will improve to 5-0 after this win. And Auburn continuing just a stretch of good football that I feel like has been here in Auburn for the past 5 to 10 years.
Yeah, you know, heading into the gauntlet of the schedule, the heart of the schedule, the home stretch, as you would call it, leading into the playoffs. As we hit on Central, Carver, Smith Station, Dothan. Can't sleep on these games. Really just got to keep the momentum going, keep the pedal down, and this Auburn team looking really strong.
Yeah, and obviously we had our questions. Like, we were really questioning a lot of things after that Booker game, and especially after the Vestavia Hills game. But it feels like Coach Etheridge has gotten his squad together, and they've really regrouped and played some good football, some great football the past few weeks, and they've improved to 4-1. And I feel like that Vestavia Hills game is really just a blur at this point, the way Auburn's been playing the past few weeks.
It almost feels like it was a wake-up call for this team. You know, they've played their best football after that game. So,
and like you mentioned, Casey Myers has not really turned the ball over since then. So, just been playing great. And you see Crossland taking a timeout here as the clock almost got to 0, but just able to take a timeout just in time. And Auburn still leads 41-7 as they're just trying to run out this clock in the fourth quarter, trying to get things over with, trying to go home. And, you know, homecoming game, you want to win these. I really don't feel like a team that plays a homecoming game, I really don't feel like they lose. But Auburn able to get another big win on homecoming night as they just have continued to dominate this season. And like we said, ever since the Vestavia Hills game, that game seemed like a blur. And like you said, it feels like a wake-up call.
Really good job by this coaching staff, just like rebound after that game. You know, it's a hard game to lose early in the season, a game you thought you would win and were favored to win, but we're able to rebound well and just put this team together, mold into a winning team, moving to 5-1 and 4-0, or 3-0, excuse me, in the region.
Looks like he picks up a few. It looks like he picks up a few yards there, and he's going to go out of bounds to the 50-yard line. That's Stephen Payne with a big run.
Stephen Payne, the sophomore, showing us his speed there on that run. 13, Stephen Payne.
And you see Crossland just kind of dump this one off to Stephen Payne, and he's just able to pick up a few blocks, and he looked like he was going to be gone, but got out of bounds near the 50-yard line. About 3 minutes here to go in the fourth quarter. You see a man in motion now. Crossland going to hand this one off. Slips up there, but able to almost get a first down. That's Caleb Thomas yet again with a run. We haven't heard his name much this season, the junior, but still has another year under his belt. But so far tonight looked pretty good.
Yeah, there's a really dynamic running back room if you look at it. Like, lots of depth. As we said, Jaden King, unfortunately not being able to play in this one, but he's really showed us what all he can do in the run game and the pass game, being able to catch slip screens. And then Jalen Huff showed us today the powerful running back he is, being able to run over people. Also in the passing game and in the pass protection game, let Casey Myers sitting there in the pocket with picking up some big blocks for him. So yeah, this running back room just looking really, really good.
Yeah, another pitch to Stephen Payne there, and he's finally going to be brought down near the 35-yard line. Great run after the catch there.
Yeah, that's usually the play we run to Joshua Askew. Stephen Payne in there. Makes another great play. Dots up the field. Tigers offense rolling once again.
And now this Tigers team honestly just trying to run the clock out so they can get out of here with a win. Got 2:46 on the clock. Give me another handoff to Caleb Thomas. He's going to make a few men miss there at the end, and looks like he might have carried for the first down. Got a huge hole in that gap.
Carried by number 22, Tate Thomas.
So nearing the 2-minute mark here. Auburn continues to lead 41-7.
Yeah, you know, we see all the wide receiver 2s and wide receiver 3s and quarterback 2s out there, but we still got our whole low line in there. Tucker Albin, Trent Pritchett, Jaden Spinks, some big dudes up there, Karan King, just making those holes for these running backs and giving the quarterback time.
They can be pitched to Thomas. That was dangerous right there, but Thomas does pick up a few. He's dragged out of bounds. Looks like just slammed out of bounds. A little bit of frustration boils from Moody as this game nears its end. Yeah, 1:55 to go here with the clock running. Looks like he did not pick up the first down, but picked up 8 on that carry.
Why not take a shot here? Just air it out one more time.
Yeah, one last time for Crossland if he's able to throw one. We'll see what they do. I feel like they're going to continue to run it because Coach Ethers just wants to get out of here with a win. Stephen Payne going to do another jet touch pass here. He's going to find a hole, but it looks like stoppage of play. And a flag in the backfield. Yeah, it looks like it will be a flag.
Illegal shift on the Tigers.
Clock at 1:25 now. Will be a first down and I believe 15. Looks like 14 actually for the Tigers. And Land going to hand this one off to Thomas. Thomas going to find a little bit of a hole, but he's finally brought down near the 30-yard line as this clock just continues to run. As it will go near under 1 minute now. This is under 1 minute in the fourth quarter. And if you're Auburn, you're just going to continue to let it run. One more play basically seals this one.
Another great dominant win by Auburn. We've seen it now last couple of weeks. This 4-game homestand. Hoping to finish it out with a win against Central Red Devils next week, but a great quality win against this tough Moody team.
Yeah, it's the Blue Devils this week, and then next week you get the Red Devils. So 2 Devil teams coming into Auburn. Auburn hopefully take care of business with both of them. It's going to be another run from Caleb Thomas. And that should do it for the game, as obviously both teams going to meet in the middle. But Auburn is going to take the win 41-7. They will improve to 5-1 on the season and extend their winning streak to 4 now. And then Moody drops this one, and they will go to 4-2 on the season. But a great game for both teams. Moody just really had some mistakes that hurt them early on in the game, and Auburn was just firing on all cylinders and looked good throughout the whole entire game. But from me, Reese Kinder, and my co-host James Tippins, we hope you guys have a good evening.